know what makes Minot magic to me?
Good friends.
Great people.
It's our downtown.
You can't beat it.
Welcome.
Rediscover.
Rediscover the magic in Minot.
2020 has been a year. So I tell you what, let's focus on something positive. How about a Citizen of the Year? This year for the State of the City, we are going to be looking for one individual who has done magic things in Minot. There's a catch though. I want you to submit the application, or rather the provenance that explains why that this individual deserves the Citizen of the Year award for the City of Minot. So I want you to grab a phone or anything else that you can record on and make your submission. Even if you don't know how to run a camera phone or recording device, we can certainly help you out right here in the Minot Public Library with some great people that can even teach you a new skill. But you know what? We're going to make this even a little better. The winner of the Citizen of the Year is going to have a $1,000 donation made in their name to their favorite charity right here in Minot. That is all compliments of First International Bank and Trust here of Minot, and even for doing such a great job of making that submission, the person that is submitting the video is going to be given $100 in chamber bucks, courtesy of North Dakota Farmers Union Insurance. So, how do you get those submissions? Well, we'll show you how.
What makes Minot magic for me is the way our community comes together. There is no other community that is able to come back from a setback like Minot.
Here we go. We'll call the regular City Council meeting to order for today, Monday, October 19th, 2020. It is 5:30 in the afternoon. I would again ask and remind folks in the audience and at the dais, if you do have electronic devices, to put them onto vibrate or silence, and we'll keep the distractions down to a minimum. Roll call, please.
Evans.
Here.
Here.
Olson. Here. Pittner.
Here.
PODRYGULA.
Here.
Ross.
Here.
SIPMA.
Here. Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Number 3 on our agenda is consider the report of the Planning Commission. We do have a couple of items here, 3 items in our Planning Commission section. The first is a public hearing to rezone the rezone of Chaparral Subdivision, Sundry Valley Addition, and outlots 27 and 47 of Section 4, 155 North, 82 West. This is a public hearing to consider the application by the City of Minot to rezone 30 lots in the Chaparral Division, 21 lots in the Sundry Valley Addition, and Lot 27 of Section 4, 155 North, 82 West from C2 General Commercial to M1 Light Industrial and R1 Single Family Residential, and rezone outlot 47 7 of Section 4, 155 North, 82 West, from M1 Light Industrial to RA, which is Agriculture Residential. Again, this is a public hearing for anyone to come up and speak in favor or opposed to the item that is on the agenda. Again, this is a public hearing for the item that is on the agenda under 3.1 on the rezoning of all of those sections that I had outlined. Seeing no public comment, Alderman Janser.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we close this public hearing and approve the item on the recommendation of the Planning Commission.
Second.
Motion to close the public hearing and pass with the recommendations of the Planning Commission by Alderman Janser, second by Alderman Pittner. Any discussion on the motion? Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Janser,
Yes.
Olson,
Yes.
Pittner,
Yes.
PODRYGULA,
Yes.
Ross,
Yes.
SIPMA,
Yes.
Evans.
Yes.
Motion is approved. 3.2 is the subdivision of the Ramstead Heights 10th edition. The recommendation to the City Council is to approve a subdivision to consolidate Lot 4 and Ramstead Heights 2nd edition, Lot 6 of Ramstead Heights 3rd edition, and a vacated portion of Kodiak Street Northwest into 2 new lots to be known as the Ramstead Heights 10th edition, Lots 1 and 2.
Move approval.
Motion by Alderman Olson to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Janser. Any discussion on the motion? Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Olson,
Yes.
Pittner,
Yes.
PODRYGULA,
Yes.
Ross,
Yes.
SIPMA,
Yes.
Evans,
Yes.
Janser.
Yes.
Motion is approved. The last item on the Planning Commission portion is a public hearing, Southeast Business Park 2nd edition. A public hearing to consider a request by Schatz Properties LLC for a future land use map amendment from medium-density residential to manufactured home and light industrial, a rezone on lots 1 through 5 and 22 through 24 from manufactured home to M1 light industrial, and a conditional use permit for propane storage tanks. The Planning Commission recommendations are as follows. Number 1, pass an ordinance on first reading to change the zone from MH manufactured home district to M1 light industrial. 2, adopt a resolution to amend the comprehensive land map from medium density residential to industrial. 3, approve the 24 lot subdivision to be known as Southeast Ridge Business Park, 2nd edition, lots 1 through 24, and 4, approve a resolution for conditional use permit, which is cup to place the bulk propane storage tanks on one of the lots that will be zoned M1. Again, this is a public hearing for anyone to come forward and speak on in favor or opposed to the items as recommended before us. Again, this is a public hearing for anyone to come forward and speak in favor or opposed to the recommendations forwarded to us from the Planning Commission. Seeing none, I would look for a motion. Pittner.
Mayor, I move that we close the public hearing and approve the item.
Second.
Motion by Alderman Pittner to close the public hearing and approve the item with recommendations by planning, second by Alderman Janser. Discussion on the motion. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Pittner,
Yes.
PODRYGULA,
Yes.
Ross,
Yes.
SIPMA,
Yes.
Evans,
Yes.
Janser,
Yes.
Olson.
Yes.
Motion is approved. That takes us to item 4, which is our consent items. We have 13 individual items within consent. Are there any individual items that need to be pulled? I have not had any requests from the council for any. For anyone in the public, if there is an item within consent that needs to be discussed or you would like to comment on individually, please let me know and I will pull it for consideration. If not, I would look for a motion from the dais. Alderwoman Olson.
Mr. Mayor, I move approval on all of the consent items.
Motion by Alderman Olson to approve, second by Alderwoman Evans. Any discussion on the motion? Any discussion on the motion? Again, for anyone that is in attendance or at home, all of the items 4.1 through 4.13 will be passed on with recommendations by staff. Seeing no discussion, please call the roll.
Olson,
Yes.
Pittner,
Yes.
PODRYGULA,
Yes.
Ross,
Yes.
SIPMA,
Yes.
Evans,
Yes.
Janser.
Yes.
Motion is approved. Section 5 is our action items. The first, 5.1, is a retail license extension. MP Wine and Spirits, the City of Minot Code Ordinance Sections 5-32A4 states that the City Council shall have the power to suspend or revoke any license issued under the authority of this chapter if the licensee does not conduct the activity for which the license was issued at the license premise for a period of 12 consecutive months. Johannesson's Incorporated, doing business as MP Wine and Spirits, located at 1024 24th Avenue Southwest, closed location in December 2019. The city received a request from Johannesson's Inc. to extend the license for an additional year while they relocate their store. The recommendations to council is to approve the extension of the MP Wine and Spirits retail liquor license until December 21st, 2022. Is there a motion?
I'll move.
Motion by Alderman Evans
approve.
to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Alderman Janser. Discussion. Alderman Pittner.
Mayor, I would not be supporting this item tonight. We have ordinances in place that clearly draw out the timeline. This establishment has not been in business for a year. They've had time to either relocate or sell the license. They've had options. There have been restaurants and bars that have opened in the time that this establishment has been inactive. I would be in favor more so of waiting until the deadline comes of December. And again, I think it's a bad precedent set that someone can have one of these licenses, close their establishment, hold on to it for a year and sit on it, whether they find another location or not. And then what happens in another year? Do we extend it again? I think we have to stand by the rules and the guidelines and the ordinances that we have set forth. And I don't like the step that it's taking. So I would actually make a motion to table this until December, until the timeline has run out, because then a revocation process will happen. There has to be a public hearing on whether or not there can be extension granted. And an extension can be granted at that time of 12 months, 6 months, 3 months. But again, I think we have rules and ordinances in place. Let's stick to them. And I would prefer to do that in this case. So I would offer a motion to table this until December to coincide with the expiration of this license.
We have a motion to table. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second from Alderman PODRYGULA. I might just look to our city attorney here for a little clarification on an item that is tabled to the, specific to the expiration on that. Would it put the license in jeopardy of just defaulting if it hits the expiration date? Is there an extension that could be issued after that expiration?
Mr. Mayor and members of council, how this would work is if there's any time where a license holder is in violation of the city's ordinance, the city would have to initiate a suspension or revocation process. So as Alderman Pittner said, once a year has passed, then the city would initiate that process. We would send out a notice. There would be a hearing where we would have to prove that there is a violation of the ordinance, and then the council would have the final authority to decide what to do, whether that's to grant an extension or to revoke or suspend the license based on whatever the facts are relating to the alleged violation.
Thank you for the clarification, Kelly. Motion to table is not open for discussion. I would just look for roll call, please.
Pittner,
Yes.
PODRYGULA,
Yes.
Ross,
Yes.
SIPMA,
Yes.
Evans,
No.
Janser,
No.
Olson.
Yes.
Motion to table has been approved. 5.2 is parking revision on South Main Street between 5th Avenue South and 8th Avenue South. The engineering department recently met with the homeowners along South Main between 5th Avenue South and 7th Avenue South that expressed frustrations, concerns, and difficulties with exiting their driveways due to physical and site obstructions caused by street parked vehicles. Therefore, the engineering department is proposing to switch the parking restrictions on South Main Street between 5th Avenue South and 7th Avenue South from the west to the east side of the roadway, Consequently, and to avoid the weaving of traffic, the engineering department is proposing to switch the parking restrictions on South Main Street between 7th Avenue South and 8th Avenue South from the west to the east side. 3 recommendations for council is pass an ordinance to modify the parking restrictions to the following actions. 1, add a parking restrictions to the east side of South Main Street between 5th Avenue South and 8th Avenue South. 2 is to remove the parking restrictions from the west side of South Main Street between 5th Avenue South and 8th Avenue South. And 3, add a parking restriction to the west side of South Main between 100 feet and 160 feet south of the center of the 5th Avenue South intersection. Is there a motion?
Move approval.
Motion by Alderwoman Olson to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Alderman Ross. I'll look to our city engineer here for some information, and then we'll take some comments if you want to have a seat after Lance.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. What we've also done is we have sent out a letter to the neighborhood and asked them for their input on this issue. We tend to do that with parking control changes just to make sure that the neighborhood is on board with what we're proposing. We've done that. We've heard from a number of the residents that live on this particular stretch of Main Street, and there seems to be a mixed bag of thoughts on whether we change it or leave it as is. Some of the residents also brought up some other site issues that we'll continue to investigate. And this is why we asked for input, because we don't live on this street. There's others than just some of the folks that have voiced some frustrations that we wanted to hear from, and we've received that. At this time, because there isn't a clear, concise recommendation or feeling from the neighborhood on what they'd like to do, our thoughts at the engineering department would be just to leave things as they are today. We'll continue to look to see if there's anything else that we can do to help alleviate some of the concerns, but at this time, we don't have a strong preference on which side. It was really up to the neighborhood, and because they don't have a strong preference, we think the best course of action would be to leave things as they are today.
Thank you, Lance. Any questions, Alderman PODRYGULA?
So does that mean you don't want us to make the change?
Mr. Mayor and Alderman PODRYGULA, based on the neighborhood's feedback, we would recommend leaving things as is.
Okay.
Any other questions for our city engineer? Alderwoman Evans.
And I assume this will be something that is open for continuing discussion. Like if we don't make this revision this evening, the residents, will be able to continue to, come to us or come to engineering if circumstances change or, it gets just untenable.
Mr. Mayor and Alderman Evans, absolutely. We're always open to input from residents on traffic challenges that they're having. Stephan's been hard at work looking at not only Main Street, but other streets in town for other revisions, and as those come forward, we'll bring those to you for a decision.
Great. Thanks, Lance.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Alderman PODRYGULA.
Just an observation from somebody who lives on a hill. From my layperson's parker's perspective, it seems a little bit safer to be parked going down, especially in the winter. If you're parked going up, it's going to be real hard to get any traction from your parking place. That's the only observation I have. But you guys are the experts, and we need to listen to the neighbors. But I wouldn't want to park going uphill.
Mr. Mayor and Alderman PODRYGULA, that concern came up from some of the neighbors, and they have a very good point on that, as do you. It is harder to get going uphill in the wintertime. That's for sure.
Any further questions? Thank you, Lance.
You're welcome.
The motion is to approve the recommendations. I did have a number, I saw one gentleman stand up. If you want to come forward, if you would just state your name and your city of residency. Sign-up sheet? Okay. There is a sign-up sheet on the podium. If you want to just sign after you're done, just for your address, but your name and city of residency.
My name's Casper Ziegler. I live in Minot. I live at 706 South Main Street. I'm right at the top of the hill, second house in. When you go down Main Street in the wintertime, the street slopes to the west. If you go up or down, if you get stuck going up, when you get stuck, you slide towards the curb. If you're coming down the hill and it's slippery, you slide towards the curb over towards the west side of the street. If you guys put all the cars on the west side of the street, there's gonna be a lot of accidents. I've come down that hill at 5 miles an hour in the wintertime when it's icy, tap the brakes, and I slide all the way over into the curb going down the hill and hope nobody's coming up. Already when people come up Main Street, by the time they get to 7th, they're on the wrong side of Main, and they're on the east side of Main going south. They're already doing 35, 40 miles an hour sometimes when they hit that street. All I see is you guys putting the cars on the west side. The wintertime's bad enough, summertime's terrible when they come up Main because now they're gonna be on the wrong side of the street already. Those streets don't line up perfectly. And it's just gonna get worse and worse if we do this, is what I'm seeing.
Any questions for Mr. Ziegler, Alderwoman Evans?
Just so I'm on the same page as you, so your recommendation as being a resident there is not to what engineering is saying, keep things as they are.
Keep things as they are, yes,
Okay, I just want to be clear on that. Thank you, Mr. Ziegler.
Any further discussion or comments? Give him just a moment to finish writing, and please come up and just your name and the city of residency. Please come forward.
My name is Sarah Bloom. I live at 511 South Main Street. Sorry.
That's fine.
And I live on the downward side of the hill, and so I'm probably the one that came forward for this complaint because I've lived there since 2011. I'm going to move this so you can hear me. Since 2011, and it's been a problem. Like, it's very scary to back out of my driveway because it's a uphill curve going up the hill, so I'm kind of on the bottom of the hill. And when it's parked, which is the problem during Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, because we have Trinity that's parking on our street, and then we have the Minot Health and Rehab employees that are parking on the street, so it's heavily parked. And the problem is that when it's heavily parked, you can't see around the curve until you're in the street and you're hoping that the people coming down the hill or the people coming up the hill don't hit you. And it's been, I don't know how many close calls, like people like putting on their brakes, and I have a teenage driver now, and the thing that concerns me too is that if I get hit, I have 6 kids and they're the ones that are gonna get hit because it's my back end coming out of the driveway. And so it's just a safety concern. Somebody's gonna have an accident sometime. It's just, it's dangerous. And I know that I've expressed that, can we just have like limited parking on the street, like residents only during that Monday through Friday, 9 to 5 time? And I know it's where our street is not private, so that maybe doesn't work, but could we at least have a speed reduction, 15 miles per hour, something like that, and then signs at both ends of the street coming into that area that say, warning, blind driveways ahead, just so people know that they're gonna run into us, and they don't realize that, and people do tend to come down fast on the hill because that's just the natural tendency for moving objects is to come down fast. And the other problem is winter. The switching it over to the other side doesn't really work that well because it's hard enough getting up our hill just driving, and then if we had to park, it wouldn't work. It's just too steep. But something does need to get done, and I would suggest at the least to have a reduced speed limit and warning signs or caution signs that there are blind driveways. There's at least 4 blind driveways that people can't see when they're backing up. My neighbor a little bit up the hill honks her horn before she exits her driveway, just to warn people. And you just hope that when you're backing out, because you don't know when it's heavily parked, you just hope that, okay, I'm gonna back out of my driveway and hope that whoever's coming down the hill or up the hill will be able to slow down or stop and wait for me, because you just don't know. So that's all I have to say.
Any questions for Ms. Bloom? Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Could we ask the city engineer to come back up for a question?
Sure. As soon as she's done
Okay,
writing there, we'll
great.
have Lance come back up.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. What is the likelihood or easiness of getting, as Ms. Bloom suggested, like warning blind driveways ahead or?
There have been some studies on, Mr. Mayor and Alderwoman Evans, there's been some studies on signs such as that. Like we've discussed with some other signs, they have a limited effectiveness. They work well in a situation, typically out in a rural county area where there might be a random driveway that's at the crest of a hill. In an urban environment, when you have driveways, dozens of driveways on a block, it gets harder to make those signs effective. And eventually what happens is those signs tend to proliferate around the city. And so, what's been said here tonight is a perfect example of trying to balance the safety with the other factors, the geometrics, the grades that we have to work with on this hill. There's not a simple solution to this. And I think we've seen that here tonight, and that's why we'll look at some other things that could potentially work to help with some of those sight lines. One thing that's been brought up is trying to restrict parking on one side for a short stretch and then on the other side. And because of the narrow width of that roadway, you have to remember this roadway was dedicated almost 100 years ago. So it's narrow, and you're going to have traffic that's kind of weaving back and forth as it goes up and down the hill, and that's not safe either. That can create a lot of issues, especially in the wintertime. So not a great solution. There might be some other things that we'll look into. If the parking ordinance fails tonight, which we recommend that it does, we'll see what else we can come up with to try to mitigate some of these issues.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
And Lance, just for my understanding here, knowing where that is at, I would assume that as Trinity vacates in the future, that might alleviate some of that congestion for parking. Not all of it, but some of it. Is my thought process correct there too?
I would say so, Mr. Mayor, and depending on what Trinity's future plans are or what that area may be repurposed to, the traffic patterns, the parking patterns will change, of course, and that's something we'll have to work through when that day comes.
Okay, thank you, Lance. Any further questions? The recommendation, or the motion rather, is to approve the three recommendations that are before us. So Mr. Meyer has given us a recommendation of do not pass. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? All right, unless anybody has a question about the motion and then the recommendation, please call the roll.
Olson?
No.
Pittner?
No.
PODRYGULA?
No.
Ross?
No.
SIPMA?
No.
Evans?
No.
Janser?
No.
Motion fails. Item 5.3 is the emergency daycare operation payment. Early in the pandemic, schools and many childcare locations closed, leaving many critical employees, first responders, and healthcare workers with no options for care of their children. The concern was that this would result in a shortage of available workers to carry out critical functions. City staff worked with the local daycare provider, Mountain Public Schools, and state agencies to get the facility operation up and running on short notice. The recommendation before the council is the city council approve the payment to the Minot Public School District for the staffing and facility costs associated with the emergency daycare operation that was hosted in their facilities, and approve the corresponding budget amendment to use the CARES Act funding to pay for that cost.
Move approval.
Motion by Alderwoman Olson to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Alderwoman Evans. Any discussion on the motion? Any discussion? Alderwoman Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This would be a question for our finance director. I'm thankful that we have the CARES dollars to cover this. Was the amount higher than you expected? Was it kind of where you had budgeted? Give us an update, I guess. That's what I'm asking for.
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Olson, This cost from the schools, I don't think was anticipated. During the early discussions with setting this up, the city entered into a contract with the local daycare provider to provide the actual care of the children. And the discussion was that the Minot Public Schools would host the sites on 2 different sites and provide for additional staff or backup staff to ensure that both of those sites would be operational on a daily basis. And I think there was there wasn't a lot of clarity on how that was going to be covered. And I think the original assumption was that the schools were paying those employees anyway, so that the city wouldn't be responsible for this cost. It turns out that that wasn't the case. In some direction from the state area or the state leaders that said, this CARES Act funding is coming, it would be a good vehicle to use to pay that cost.
So just to follow up, so the school district is not paying any of this. The city of Minot is paying the entire bill.
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Olson, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
For a bit of clarification on that, as well as when this was stood up with conversation with the governor, lieutenant governor, and then Health and Human Services, the initial look was taking a look at the after-school program dollars, the federal dollars, to find out later that those had been expired about the time that this had stood up. And that was the initial assessment of where those folks with the CLC program were going to be paid. Of course, we didn't know what we didn't know back in March and April and early May. And that's when the discussion with Governor Burgum began of locating dollars so that it would not come out of the city budget, that's where more dollars were then allocated, because as my understanding, other municipalities also stood up some emergency operations for daycare, again, with the idea of that the issue was going to be something far more than what we had experienced in March, April, and May. And a side note, too, that very large learning tool that is going to be placed within our Ward County Emergency Management Guideline under pandemic response that was all of about 1/2 to 3/4 of a page that likely will be a volume, not just with the child care, but with all of the other stand-up and operations and remediation that has taken place. But if anybody has any other specific questions on that, I'd be more than happy to answer that.
And Mr. Mayor, all I would say is that would be my recommendation. I know that we learned a lot as a city going through a flood in 2011, and we're learning a lot going through a pandemic, and hopefully we don't have to repeat either one of them, but if it's written down for the people that follow in our shoes, they'll know what to do. So thank you.
Absolutely, Alderwoman Olson, and just for the council's sake that we have met, I don't want to call it an after-action review because we're still in the midst, but we have made a concerted effort for full documentation on that so that when we are on the other side, that absolutely all of this in conjunction with Ward County Emergency Management, that all of this will then be worked into and updating our Emergency Management Operation Guide. Alderman Ross.
Mr. Mayor, is there a report produced on how much this was utilized, or how many children were taken care of?
We do, and I would have to dig back. On average, they stood up, and I'm just pulling off the cuff here, so I'm not going to be 100% accurate. On the first couple of weeks, we had a capacity of 50 children at each venue, simply because we just weren't sure on how many people were going to need the daycare from the city side, from that includes fire and police, and then that also went out to community ambulance and First District Health Unit and a couple of other key providers for essential workers. It averaged anywhere between 10 and 25 per location for the better part of the first 3 to 4 weeks. And then as time went on, we did see those numbers increase anywhere from 20 to 30 per day. Now, that does not include the daycare, because there was a third location for the age 5 and under. And I don't recall those numbers off the top of my head, but that one was well utilized as well, simply because of the uniqueness of that age bracket that needed a different level of care. And that one was also available 24 hours, whereas the emergency daycare operation went from 7 o'clock in the morning until 6 o'clock in the evening, if my memory serves correct, but I think that is where we were at. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Olson?
Yes.
Pittner?
Yes.
PODRYGULA?
Yes.
Ross?
Yes.
SIPMA?
Yes.
Evans?
Yes.
Janser?
Yes.
Motion is approved. 5.4 is the city building mask policy. At the October 2nd, 2020 meeting, city staff was directed to draft a resolution requiring the use of masks when entering city-owned and operated buildings. The attached resolution in the presentation is up for consideration. To review and consider the resolution adopting a temporary policy imposing the mask mandate on members of the public entering into city-owned and operating buildings.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion by Alderman Alderwoman Olson for approval, second by Alderwoman Evans. Discussion on the motion for approval. Alderwoman Olson, as the motion maker, do you have?
I do not.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion? Alderman PODRYGULA.
I think it's an essential thing to do. Two other suggestions. I guess the first would be to encourage the city administration, which I presume they're already doing, but just to be on the safe side, to encourage them to routinely consult with our public health authorities and examine what other steps might be necessary. I know when this thing first started, employees that could were encouraged to work from home. And the way things have been going, I think we need to be, aware of what's happening. I mean, things are changing on a daily basis. So I just want to, encourage the administration to keep monitoring and keep in close touch with public health officials. The second comment would be that next time we have a meeting here, I really would like the First District Health Unit Director present. That is our municipal health department, and we need to have that expertise available to us when we talk about these things. Because again, things are changing, almost daily. I think for the next few weeks, I really would need to see her here and want to see her here.
Alderman PODRYGULA, for your information, I did speak with Lisa Clute this morning, and she had inquired if it was absolutely necessary, and she did give me about a 45-minute briefing on current conditions and the rates. And I was anticipating to have a little more discussion on this on 7.1, but I can certainly address some of those comments now, if you would like.
Please.
With the main issue being right now the time of return that we're getting those tests back from the state. When they do a large group testings, it is taking anywhere from 5 to 7 days to get some of those reports back on whether it is positive or negative. On the individuals, when they come into, whether it be First District or maybe at a clinic that is doing that testing, that is anywhere from 2 to 3 days is where they've gotten that number back down to. On the other side, I have shared those concerns with the governor during the mayor's conference call late last week with the 12 large communities, cities in North Dakota, that the time lapse, the time it's taking to get those positive tests back is deeply concerning, because if somebody does go in symptomatic or asymptomatic, that it might be well past the point of containment that they had to wait to get that, or if by their job that they're required to quarantine or self-isolate, that's time out of the work or time out of the classroom if they're a teacher, what have you. The other issue that she had explained was exceptionally concerning was the backlog of close contacts, the contact tracing, that they were, as she had put the number, to 1,000 behind across the state. And when you get into the close contacts, 1,000 different people on trying to let them know that they were close contact to a positive person, if in fact that close contact themselves was then cross-infected, that puts us behind the 8 ball significantly. Her concern, and I am paraphrasing, is that we're more concerned about getting a large number of tests done rather than focusing on those folks that are coming in with symptoms or themselves that are close contact to be tested, and is just trying to figure out, because she's unsure, as I'm sure many of us are, on what the right balance is. Do we mass test, but we're a week or more behind and in 1,000 behind on close contacts? Or do we focus on where the likely infections are for close contacts and those coming in symptomatic? But as we both agreed, that there is no right answer on that. The right answer is getting the capacity for more testing done. Governor Burgum addressed that in our mayor's conference call as they continue to try to ramp that up. But as it seems, some of those efforts sometimes fall behind because of a machine malfunction or another anomaly that just might occur. They have deployed a testing unit into Grand Forks within their medical center at the university. I'm not aware of that capacity or if that is playing only into that specific community, but they're continuing to look at ways of ramping up capacity. The last point that she and I discussed, because it has been a discussion amongst emails that have been emailed to all of us, is a mask mandate. And if anybody was paying attention to some of the social media and or news that came out late in the day, that Fargo Mayor Tim Mahoney was calling on the governor, if I'm not paraphrasing correctly, somebody please correct me, and looking for pushing the idea of the mask mandate. Both Lisa Clute and I candidly agreed that it would not work with this community and many communities in western North Dakota. There are enough people that absolutely would not adhere and likely would do more irreparable harm in trying to get people convinced to take this more seriously. Not that she did agree that it would be beneficial, but just didn't feel that it would be something that would be accomplished given the nature of something that might be very well unenforceable, looking to our police officers and our code enforcement officer as being one of the front lines of trying to maintain that amidst all of the other duties that they're going on. So that is something that neither her nor I contemplated at pushing forward. However, really focusing on getting people on the idea that this is a personal responsibility. While an individual in their 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, or maybe 60s that does not have underlying conditions may themselves handle COVID-19 just fine and come out on the other side without an issue. But that cross-contamination or infection into somebody who does have underlying health conditions or has contact with somebody who does that is highly susceptible is where the issue is. She did mention that one of the long-term care facilities in Minot has a substantial amount of infection going through right now, and unfortunately is expecting not the greatest outcome in some of those because of historical reference on what has happened when COVID-19 gets into some of the long-term care facilities, which we've seen in other communities in North Dakota. So that is the point that she is really strong at pushing, as am I, is taking those recommendations seriously about masking up, trying to avoid those large groups, and if you are wearing a mask, to protect others, because that's exactly what it is. It's not protecting yourself, it's protecting others. That is the shortest summary I can give of our 45-minute conversation today, as well as conversation that we did have on at the mayor's conference call. Be more than happy to take a question. Alderman PODRYGULA.
Yeah, I very much appreciate the update and understand that there are times when she can't be here, but I really want her here. I need her to be here. We need her to be here and be a resource to all of us. I very much appreciate your summary. I think it makes sense. It's on the agenda for later to talk about what we do or don't do regarding that. But, I think it's critical that we have that source of information available to us when we meet next time. Although it is later on the agenda, I do want to publicly thank you for your efforts with the other mayors, and we'll get to that later. And I'd like us to see us pass a formal resolution in that regard and some other things. But thanks for the update for now.
I will reach out to her as well and inquire, and she said she would have no problem come to future meetings. Yes, City Manager Lakefield.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and I just want to thank our legal staff too. They did a great job of putting this together. It's very thorough. We had a lot of discussion on this, and I think at the end of the day, we decided that the most straightforward approach was going to be our best approach. And I think they did a pretty good job of crafting something that addressed the concerns, but was workable and pretty straightforward. One thing that we need to do is we need to determine an effective date on this resolution as well. So before we get too far, if we want it to be effective immediately, I think on the temporary employment policy, we had a week to implement it, but that is something we should decide this evening as well.
I would look to the motion maker and second.
Mr. Mayor, I think immediately, I make that.
Tomorrow morning?
Certainly tomorrow morning is fine, and I'm only saying that because of the increasing numbers that we are seeing in this community. I don't think that we need to wait a week for that to go into place.
Motion maker and second agree, effective tomorrow morning, opening of business. Discussion on the motion.
Mr. Mayor.
Alderwoman Olson.
I know that when we discussed this a few weeks ago, one of Mr. Lakefield's concerns was enforcement. And I don't want to add extra responsibilities to our city employees to have to be that buffer between citizens that want to come in and not wear a mask and have our employees, literally police who's wearing a mask and not. And the only thing that I can suggest would be that people just do the right thing. It's unfortunate that we even have to get to the point of putting a mask mandate in place for our city-owned buildings. But now that we have done that, I certainly would respectfully request that anyone entering that does not want to wear a mask, that they do not give our employees a difficult time about that. If you have concerns, there's a bunch of us up on this dais. Call us, email us, let us know what your concerns are. It's not our city employees' responsibility to take that guff.
Thank you, Alderwoman Olson. Alderwoman Evans.
So to piggyback off that, I mean, as we've been all hearing from constituents, particularly when it comes to city staff, this is, actually for the residents and our staff, right? If we have, I think we talked about this 2 weeks ago, an outbreak in sanitation, that could mean the difference between your trash getting collected this week and not getting collected. Water treatment plant, backing up on that. Like we have, it seems like we have thousands of city staff because they do so much work, but we don't. And we are small departments, and so protecting our city staff, and so a pot of those folks do not get sick at the same time, will help us continue to provide the great city services that we're, expecting in the city of Minot. And, that is, primary the impetus between this particular, concern we have for our buildings here in the city.
Alderman PODRYGULA.
I would want to echo what's just been said and also bring up the case of our staff who go out and deal with residents. And this wasn't considered in the ordinance, but I'm also concerned about that, and I'd like the administration to think that through. I personally would like to see our staff have the option of choosing not to serve people they encounter publicly outside of our buildings if they're not masked. I don't ask them to hassle these people. I don't ask them to shame them, as the expression goes, or anything like that. But I think in terms of preserving their own health, we have a right to make sure that people have the right of self-defense, so to speak. So I'd like the administration to think about that, and at least for me, I would like to see our staff have the ability to be a little bit more assertive when it comes to interpersonal interactions. Most ones that I've talked with recently have maintained social distance, many have had masks, but if some of them feel at higher risk, I think we need to support them in acting more assertively to protect their own health and the health of their families.
An exception to that very well is fire and police.
Right.
I
understand.
They are on those front lines and will continue to serve. However, they have been very vigilant, and to all city staff and fire and police especially, because I know we have had some challenges that we have and are continuing to work through. But it's the continuation of government. That's when we had set out on the COVID task force back in March. That was the concern. The wastewater, water treatment, fire police, airport, street maintenance, all the things that everyone relies on. It's a simple thing that we saw work very fluidly, that even when City Hall was closed in the early days of COVID, We found a way for everyone to do business. If somebody absolutely does need to come in, it's a simple thing to put on a mask and you can take it off when you leave if you are so inclined. But it is the continuation. We're not deep in many different departments, so we do need all hands on deck, so to speak, as often as we can. Alderman Ross.
Question for Acting City Manager. Mr. Lakefield, what kind of feedback have you gotten from staff? Are they feeling threatened? Is there an anxiety level that department heads are having to deal with because of this unsafe atmosphere that we're in?
Yeah, she should.
Or perceived?
Mr. Mayor, Alderman Ross, I think that perception varies a great deal across the employee base, just depending on each person's individual circumstances. I think we have some employees that are on both ends of the spectrum with the response to this, but I think the bulk of the folks are probably in the middle. When we're going through, or when the attorneys were drafting this document, we looked at some of the different areas of the city that are, for example, downstairs with utility billing that has the glass windows, and we looked at making some, differences for some of those items, and it just, I think the thought process was it just got too complicated, that we just had to look at this more holistically. Down talking to the gals downstairs, they estimated that more than 80% of the people coming into the building were already wearing a mask anyway, and most of them are very cooperative. We made sure that we have, an adequate supply, that we'll have enough on hand. So I think the thought process there was that it was not going to be a big issue. Certainly, there's always exceptions to that, but I think for the most part, we're seeing some compliance, and it reassures the employees here that they have a little bit more protection.
As a follow-up, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Lakefield, I know the last time we discussed this, the airport was a topic of discussion and how to deal with that. Where do we stand on that?
Mr. Mayor, Alderman Ross, the airport is a little bit of a unique animal there just because of the multiple areas of entrance. As they progress through the airport, it becomes more and more restrictive with the security issues, and obviously to board a plane now, they are required to wear a mask. So again, we're optimistic that we'll see compliance there. It's going to be very difficult to enforce right inside the doors of the airport, so that is a potential issue. But I think that's one of the reasons why we don't have, a penalty associated with this. If we have somebody that, we feel is creating a scene or not complying or something, this resolution does allow the employees to ask that person to leave the facility.
Thank you.
I have a follow-up to that.
Alderwoman Evans.
Mr. Feltner, could you come answer a question? So it's my understanding, having been up the airport, that all of our actual city employees are back in that second floor area, that the employees that are actually out with the public are airline employees or otherwise not city employees?
Mayor SIPMA, Alderwoman Evans, we have employees in that administration office on the mezzanine level. But then we have facilities technicians who are roaming throughout the building, the passenger terminal during the day. And then we have operations technicians who are out on the airfield. So for the most part, we're talking about the people, that are coming into the passenger terminal. And they'll come into contact mostly with facility technicians there. I think Director Lakefield made an excellent point that airlines are already communicating extensively with passengers coming through the building about the requirements for masking up during the entire travel process. So travelers, I don't think, are going to be a big issue. People coming in to meet or greet, or renting a car and not being part of the, airline part of things may not be as aware, but we certainly expect that they'll comply for the most part.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Feldner? Appreciate it, Rick. Thank you.
I have one more question for
Alderwoman
Mr.
Evans.
Lakefield. What will be the notification process? Are all of our city buildings going to have uniform signs? Like, what's that going to look like?
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Evans, we will add additional signage. In the past, Derek or the Public Information Office has helped us with that signage. So we will attempt to do that again on the exterior points of the building. And additionally, once they get inside the building at the nearest point inside, and we'll try to get the word out as best as we can, maybe through some Facebook or social media posts as well.
Continue.
Great, thank you.
Further discussion? Alderman Pittner.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, we're responsible for these buildings that we own and operate. I'm not a big fan of mandating anything on citizens. But again, if this allows us to stay open and to continue business, then I'm okay with it. There's certain sacrifices that we have to make, and if wearing a mask is one of them. If I have to go to the pumpkin patch with my wife and kids so that I can go hunting the next day, it's kind of the bullet we got to bite. If I have to wear a mask, whether it be in city buildings so that a local bar or restaurant can stay open so that I can take my wife on a date night for anniversary, happy 8 years, Heidi, tomorrow. So then we have to do that. And again, it's a small sacrifice to make. Again, this comes down to personal responsibility. A community-wide mask mandate I couldn't support because, again, I don't think it's really going to do anything. I really don't see in this community and the people that we know would adhere to it. Again, I think this is a small sacrifice to make. This is only to these buildings that we own and operate. It's about being responsible. Again, it's a small sacrifice to make. And as far as how do we enforce this, just an idea, we could go borrow the ladies from Menards because they are very strict. They will not let you in the building. They will force you out. So again, that's just an idea. But again, a small sacrifice to make. I'll support it on city buildings, but again, I think that's about as far as I'm willing to go as far as a mandate.
Alderman PODRYGULA, you had asked earlier for First District Health Unit, and I know Ms. Clute is an avid watcher of our council meetings online, and she has actually called in. Ms. Clute, you're on the phone?
Oh, she was. She will be.
Maybe she
said
was.
She's calling in. Okay.
If not, we'll have her chime in back at the pandemic response or down in section 7 here. So hold those questions or what have you for when we get down there. Any further discussion on the motion? The motion is again to approve the mandate for masking for visitors into, or for the policy rather, that is attached. Alderman Pittner.
Real quick, acting city manager Lakefield, I think I read that this was effective until November, middle of November. Is this something we'll revisit each month, or is it perpetual? Maybe it's
to our
for
city
Kelly.
attorney here.
Mr. Mayor and Alderman Pittner, that's just consistent with the temporary employment policy for mask usage, so we thought we could revisit those at the same time.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect. Alderman PODRYGULA.
Just a comment. I think we're starting to foreshadow a little bit what we're going to be talking about later under 7.1. I agree very much with Alderman Pittner that this is a different situation. We have a moral responsibility toward our employees. We probably have a legal responsibility. And I think we also have a responsibility in terms of the broader community to do what we can as an employer to safeguard our employees and to also make it easier for the entire community, business community and other communities, faith communities, to be able to do their thing. So, I want to make that clear distinction. I'm supporting this and asking the other people to support it based on our special responsibility as employers.
Further discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Olson?
Yes.
Pittner?
Yes.
PODRYGULA?
Yes.
Ross?
Yes.
SIPMA?
Yes.
Evans?
Yes.
Janser?
Yes.
Motion is approved. That takes us down to 5.5. That is the FEMA FIRM Appeal number 3888. In December of 2019, FEMA submitted a final flood insurance rate map, FIRM, to the city for adoption or appeal. The new maps show a significant 100-year floodplain throughout the valley, with a large floodway generally following the river channel. Earlier this year, the council approved Ackerman Asphalt to prepare an appeal of the FEMA FIRMs. The recommendation before us is to approve the FEMA FIRM appeal documents and authorize the mayor to sign, mayor and staff to sign the required documents to submit to FEMA. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Alderman Pittner. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Ross. Good evening, Lance.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for letting us be able to come in front of you tonight and chat a little bit about this. This is a very important topic for our community, and I do want to make an appeal to our citizens that live down in the valley, that especially the ones that live inside this proposed floodplain. No matter what ends up happening with these maps, whether they're approved as permitted or as shown, or whether they are appealed and revised, there is a flood risk out there today. And whether or not the maps are effective, that doesn't change the science and the engineering that is behind us. So I encourage everyone to please talk with your flood insurance agent, whoever that may be. Get educated on what insurance means, how much it costs. If you're affected by these maps, whether the proposed ones or anything that is revised, please get that flood insurance policy so that you're eligible to be grandfathered in when these maps do change, and they will change. So please be proactive and do that. With that said, tonight we have with us Mr. Ryan Ackerman, and Ryan and his team at Ackerman Asphalt have done a tremendous amount of work in the last few months, essentially recreating the wheel that FEMA has done over the past 10 years in roughly about 5 months. And so we want to thank him and his team for their efforts of trying to get us the most accurate maps possible so that our citizens are informed of their flood risk. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'd like Mr. Ackerman to come up and walk us through some of these documents.
Thank you, Lance. Good evening, Mr. Ackerman.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I just want to start with a little bit of context here. The FEMA floodplain remapping effort really dates back to 2007, where FEMA basically funded the State Water Commission to digitize our flood insurance rate maps. The ones that we have currently are a paper version of those maps. 2011 hit, and essentially FEMA and the Water Commission felt like it was appropriate to restudy the hydrology of the river, because they thought maybe this river could yield something higher during a 100-year event than the current effective 5,000 CFS. As their reports started to come out, people within our office, the city engineering department, public works, Ward County, started to question some of the underlying assumptions and the results. Ultimately, we prepared some information in a briefing that was held in Minot at the auditorium with Senator Hoeven and FEMA Administrator Brock Long. And in August 2017, we met with those two individuals to basically discuss our concerns. We had subsequent meetings with FEMA staff, and essentially following those meetings, the FEMA staff and the Water Commission staff basically concurred with all of our comments regarding the hydraulics of the river and how they were mapping, or in our opinion, mismapping part of the floodplain, but they disagreed with our comments regarding the hydrology and the operation of the reservoirs that are on the system. So basically, FEMA held the line with regard to the hydrology. The new maps were issued in late winter of 2020. In February, the council entered into agreement with Ackerman Asphalt to develop the official appeal of the documents. FEMA published its second notice of determinations in the Minot Daily News on the 5th of August, and that basically starts the 90-day clock, if you will, for us to file our official appeal. So, how do we do an appeal? Well, I'll tell you this: we can't appeal simply because we don't like the results. Okay, that's not going to work. An official appeal needs to be based on technical data that is, number one, scientifically or technically incorrect, something that contains an indisputable math error, or something that doesn't include a natural physical change. Now, the items that we found within our analysis and our work are items that we would classify as being scientifically and technically incorrect. And because we're asking you to sign on to this appeal, we felt it's appropriate to at least, get into the weeds here a little bit. I'll do my best to try and stay relatively high level, but it is going to get a little bit techy, so please bear with me here. A little bit of context on the watershed itself. It's international, as you know. It's heavily regulated. We have several reservoirs on this system above Minot, 3 of which are in Saskatchewan, and the North Dakota reservoir is on Lake Darling. These reservoirs are operated in accordance with an international agreement that the United States signed with Canada in 1989. And in specific, during a flood operation, they're governed in accordance with what's called Annex A of that agreement. A little bit of terminology here I'll throw at you here today. When we're talking about levels in the reservoir, there are 4 different levels that we talk about. One is maximum allowable flood level. That's basically the highest level to which engineers feel it would be safe to operate a dam. Highest water level without basically instigating dam safety concerns. Full supply level, that's the operational level that Saskatchewan tries to strive for during normal operations. They want their full supply level. Normal drawdown, that's the level that the reservoirs are drawn down to, at least down to on February 1st of every year, regardless of whether we're in a drought or in a flood. On February 1st, those reservoirs will be at that level or lower. And then maximum drawdown is essentially the lowest level that Saskatchewan would be required to draw those reservoirs down based on the forecasts of a flood event. The hydrograph that I've got shown on the screen in front of you, this is basically FEMA's results at Minot. So the red line is the hydrograph, flow rate is on the left, and essentially the timing is on the bottom here. Basically, the hydrograph has 3 distinct peaks. The earliest and the highest peak is primarily the runoff that occurs from Boundary Reservoir. That yields a peak of about 10,000 CFS. The second highest peak is from Grant Devine, formerly known as Alameda Reservoir. That's about 8,000. And the third peak is actually from Rafferty Reservoir. Just for context, the current effective 100-year discharge at Minot is 5,000 CFS. That's the horizontal orange line. So FEMA's results basically show a doubling of that 100-year discharge. So I talked a little bit about how we're going to basically point out things that we feel are scientifically and technically incorrect. So the first basis of our appeal is that we found that the programming of the Boundary to Rafferty diversion is technically incorrect. And a little bit of context here. What I've got up on the screen right now is essentially a schematic of Estevan, Saskatchewan. The Mouse River flows basically from west to east on this graphic, and then from the south, Long Creek, which is a tributary of the Mouse, flows in, and the confluence of Long Creek at the Mouse River is actually at Estevan. There are 2 reservoirs that are on the system in this area. On the main stem of the Mouse, there is Rafferty Reservoir, shown on the left-hand side of the screen, and then on the bottom side of the screen is Boundary Reservoir, which is actually on Long Creek. And this diversion channel was actually constructed as a part of the Rafferty Alameda project. It's a diversion that diverts high flow from Boundary to Rafferty, okay? And it's the programming of that particular piece within the model that we've taken some exception to. If you look at the results of that, and I realize this is getting pretty techy here, but what this shows is that basically there are significant oscillations in the flow rate that's occurring in this diversion channel. So the diversion channel, the way it's modeled, essentially flow oscillates from 150 CFS, which is fairly minimal, to 1,800 CFS at 12-hour intervals. So imagine this. The way that this is modeled, the gates are closed during the day and open at night, okay? That's an inaccurate representation of how these things are actually operated. The unfortunate part of this is that when those gates are closed, okay, so when you see these oscillations and the flow rate drops, when those gates are closed, there's a pulse of water that's delivered from Boundary Reservoir directly downstream into Lake Darling, okay? So what this does is it essentially bypasses the storage that's available to us within Rafferty Reservoir, storage that we paid for, storage in which is the intent is to utilize during these larger flood events. The second basis of our appeal is assumptions regarding the reservoir drawdown during a flood year. We're saying these are scientifically incorrect. And this has to do with the assumptions being made by the modelers. All of these reservoirs are drawn down to various extents in accordance with this international agreement that we signed with Canada. And essentially, the larger the anticipated flood event, the higher the degree of drawdown. Okay, so if we're expecting a big flood, they'll empty out the reservoirs to the extent that they can. And that's all done in accordance with what they call plates. And these are included in Annex A of that agreement. And the one that I've got shown on here is just an example. It's for Rafferty Reservoir, okay? So the bottom axis there, that's the projected volume of runoff in acre feet. So that's a forecast value. And essentially, based on that forecast, you go to that volume, you run vertically until you hit that diagonal line, run back horizontally, and that tells the operators how far they're supposed to draw down these reservoirs in advance of a flood. So this is prescribed. This is a very prescriptive thing that's in place for all the reservoirs on the system. Here's a little excerpt from the Flood Insurance Study Hydrology Report. This is the FEMA report now, in which they basically talk about their assumptions for how they're going to model all of this drawdown. I'm not going to lie, it's a complicated situation to try and model all 4 reservoirs based on kind of a hypothetical flood. To put all this information into a model is very difficult. So to basically simplify things, the modelers chose to essentially ignore the additional drawdown and bring those reservoirs down only to the normal drawdown level that we would bring things down to no matter what, drought or flood. Okay? By their own admission, in their report, they say this is a conservative assumption. That I agree with. Okay, it's a very conservative assumption. The part that I disagree with is the statement regarding there's a tendency of Canadian reservoir operators to err on the conservative side of retaining water. And the reason why I disagree with that is because the record shows contrary, okay? So for instance, in Rafferty Reservoir, the graphic that I've got on the screen, this is the water level in Rafferty Reservoir, starting in roughly 1999, going through the end of 2017, okay? The orange line corresponds to the normal drawdown level, okay? I want to point out that during 2 flood years, in 2011 and 2013, the actual operation included drawing those reservoirs down by 5 feet below the normal drawdown level. Okay, so they're operating in accordance with the terms of the agreement. Same story for Grant Devine, formerly known as Alameda Reservoir. Basically in 2000, 2011, and 2013, we entered into flood operations, and that reservoir was drawn down between 8 and 15 feet. Lake Darling, very similar story here. 99, 2011, 2013, and 2017, that reservoir was drawn down between 1 and 4 feet below the normal drawdown level. So the question becomes, what drawdown assumption do we use? What do we feel is appropriate, okay? Well, the graphs that I've got up on the screen here, I'm trying to kind of demonstrate the range of reasonable for drawdown assumptions. So the orange horizontal lines, I just showed Rafferty and Grant Devine for discussion purposes here. The orange horizontal lines are normal drawdown, okay? Flood or drought, that's what the reservoir is going to be to. That's the FEMA assumption, okay? The maximum drawdown is the black line. So by the agreement, the reservoirs may be drawn down to that maximum drawdown level. The part that we had to wrestle with here is basically making a credible assumption that we think is going to actually stick with regard to the appeal. Okay, so we could certainly try and argue that we could try and go down to maximum drawdown during any given flood year, but the problem is that may or may not stick in the appeal. So the route that we chose to go down was to essentially look at the historical record and take the average drawdown that occurred in all of the reservoirs as of March 15th during flood years, okay? The reason why we chose this is really twofold. Number one, we feel like that it's reasonable. Number two, it's the exact same approach that the Corps of Engineers used in the feasibility study for the Mouse River Enhanced Flood Protection Project, okay? So we're essentially using another agency's method to basically justify our assumptions. So what are the results? Essentially, we made these corrections to the model. We reran them. That boundary to Rafferty diversion, we corrected those oscillations. So basically that water is not being pulsed out of Boundary Reservoir downstream to Lake Darling. It's going into Rafferty as intended. This yields more stable results. And if you look at the results here at Minot, essentially now that peak from Boundary Reservoir is reduced to approximately 8,000 CFS. That roughly corresponds with the peak from Grant Divine in terms of the peak flow rate. Following some modeling adjustments, the revised 100-year discharge at Minot we project to be 8,000 CFS. So what does this mean? We take this change in flow rate now and then we remap everything throughout the entire county. Okay, so we're remapping at 8,000 CFS versus 10,000 CFS. In Minot, when we do that, the flood profile drops by approximately an average of 1.5 feet. It varies depending on where you're at in the city from 1.1 to about 2 feet, but on average, we drop that profile by about 1.5 feet. In terms of the effects on the regulatory floodplain, the number of parcels within Minot that would be wholly or partially inundated by a flow of 10,000 CFS is approximately 3,900. Okay, when we reduce that flow to 8,000 CFS, we drop that parcel count by approximately 500 and get down to about 3,400. Okay, so in other words, we're going to pull approximately 500 parcels out of the future regulatory floodplain, okay, with this action. There's a benefit to everybody, though, within the valley because the depth from that 100-year flood elevation down to their lowest floor, that's what's used to determine your flood insurance premiums. That depth decreases on average by about 1.5 feet. Once flood insurance rates go fully actuarial, we would estimate those annual flood insurance premium cost savings to Minot residents being somewhere between $4 and $8 million a year. There's also big benefits associated with reworking the regulatory floodway. Now, there's a difference here. Floodway, floodplain, some of these items, these terms get thrown around and interchanged somewhat inappropriately. The floodway is actually just an area of increased regulation along the river. So in order to do basically any improvement within a regulatory floodway, the proponent of that improvement basically has to issue a certificate of no rise to your floodplain administrator, which is Mr. Meyer, okay? This could be any improvement. Something as trivial as overlaying a road could require a certificate of no rise. This is an extreme burden administratively for the city. So reducing this floodway is of significant benefit in our opinion. So because the flow rate changes from 10,000 down to 8,000, we can basically squeeze that floodway in. And we reduce the number of structures from 770 at that flow rate of 10,000 CFS to fewer than 20 at a flow rate of 8,000 CFS. And I want to say that just about every one of those structures of that 20 are all publicly owned, either City of Minot structures or Park District structures. So there's a big benefit there. So next steps here, if the council elects to move forward with this, this will be submitted to FEMA prior to their regulatory deadline. It's likely, well, it's inevitable that this is going to be heard before an independent scientific body known as the Scientific Resolutions Panel for a final decision on the acceptance of this appeal. Based on their current guidance, there's a consultation process for 60 to 120 days after the appeal is filed. And then the Scientific Resolutions Panel is convened, and then they have 90 days to issue a report on its decision. Mr. Mayor and members of the council, I'd stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ackerman. Greatly appreciate getting down into the weeds every now and again, especially when it's something that we're going to sign on to and likely have some conversations down the road when that appeal process works its way through. Greatly appreciate, plus the ability to take a look at the deep numbers and that difference between 10,000 and 8,000 CFS and really what it boils down to and means to for the community. Alderman Pittner.
Thank you, Mayor. Ryan, I appreciate the work that's gone into this. Obviously, all done in a very condensed time frame. Quick question, does this, if this were to go before the board and pass with some sort of success, would this affect our flood plans that we have in effect as far as construction or overall scope of the project?
Mr. Mayor and Alderman Pittner, I'm going to give you the short answer and say yes, but it's in a positive way. Yep. Because it actually becomes easier for us to permit and implement some of the things that we're contemplating as a part of that plan.
Perfect, thank you.
And for context, we're still building to the flood of record.
Exactly right, thank you.
Alderwoman Evans.
2 questions, Ryan. If we lose the appeal with the scientific board, is that appealable? Or that's it? They're the final arbiter?
Mr. Mayor and Alderwoman Evans, if we lose the appeal to the scientific resolution panel, basically our next option for recourse is in the federal court.
Okay. And second question, this 8,000 CFS, is that where we're always going to be? Or when M5, like when we're all done our flood control, is that going to be an even lower number, or is 8,000 our goal and where we're staying?
Mr. Mayor, Alderwoman Evans, 8,000 CFS, that's the computed statistical discharge corresponding to a 1% annual exceedance probability event.
Okay.
With regard to the design of the system and the operation of the system, it's completely independent.
Okay.
So this is strictly for, I'm going to say really, to boil it all down, it's strictly for flood insurance purposes is what it's for. And the corresponding regulatory provisions that Mr. Meyer's office has to deal with.
And then we were talking before, so let's say we lose this appeal, but after we're done all of our flood control projects, FEMA will automatically redraw our flood plain. Can you explain that just a bit more?
Yep. Mr. Mayor, Alderwoman Evans, great question. So as a part of the design and permitting for the Mouse River plan, we go through a permitting process with FEMA called the Conditional Letter of Map Revision process. You see, essentially, we submit all of our plans to FEMA, and we give them an opportunity as an agency to comment on said plans. And they issue some comments, we issue responses, we resolve said comments and responses, and essentially they issue to us a letter saying this is conditionally approved. When you're done building it, submit what's called a letter of map revision, and then we will essentially drop the new maps in and update things. So in the context of what that means for Minot, we have 3 specific milestones established for construction in Minot, and those milestones each correspond to a system that has a high ground to high ground tie-in, okay? Minot milestone number 1 is essentially from Tierra Cita Vallejo on the west side of Minot by the 83 bypass, all the way through MI5. Once that milestone is completed construction-wise, we essentially submit the LOMAR, Letter of Map Revision, to FEMA, and then essentially that northern part of Minot, that 60% that we've been talking about for a number of years, that will come out of the regulatory floodplain. It'll be shown on the flood insurance rate maps as protected by levy. But basically not until all the pieces of that milestone are constructed and certified.
Any other questions for Mr. Ackerman? Alderman PODRYGULA.
Thank you. I'm impressed by all the work you put into it, and I really had a loss to ask very thorough technical questions because I haven't had a chance to absorb this. I'm not an engineer. A couple questions, though. I guess the first one, when it comes to this panel, this appeal panel, is it basically an all or none thing, or could they say, gee, you guys are right on some of this, and work out some sort of a compromise or a revision?
Mr. Mayor and Alderman PODRYGULA, I think I'm gonna phone a friend here with Lance, because we may have a little bit different perspectives on it. I'll be honest with you, I've never been through it before. So I don't fully know what to expect. My suspicion, though, is that it's maybe a just up or down type of a thing. But again, Mr. Meyer may have a separate response.
Mr. Mayor and Alderman PODRYGULA, that's my understanding as well. They're going to review our submittal and either say the city is correct or incorrect. And if we're incorrect, then FEMA's model would stand unless we appeal that to court.
Okay. And without disclosing any litigation strategy here, pre-litigation, pre-strategy, what do you think the odds are of this? I mean, I probably shouldn't say this, but when I read it, it seemed pretty persuasive.
Well, Mr. Mayor and Alderman PODRYGULA, I have a lot of confidence in what we're putting forward. I think our review of the technical data is sound. It looks at the agreements that we have in place. It corrects some of the model issues that we found, and I'm hoping that as professionals that sit on this panel, it's professional engineers and scientists and hydrologists, people that study this, academia, et cetera, they're going to look at it with an open mind and look at both sets of data and hopefully understand that it is a complex system, but we understand how it works. We have firsthand knowledge of this. I'm hoping that would give us some leverage when we talk to these folks about how the system actually operates, so that they look at us and say, yeah, that's correct. So.
And you think the same way, Ryan?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And by all means, if they want to take 2 years to come to that conclusion, we'd be okay with that as well. Any other questions for Mr. Ackerman or for our city engineer? Thank you again, Ryan. Thank you, Lance. Appreciate it. I know there's been a tremendous amount of work that has gone into this. Discussion amongst the council, and I'll just offer up for full disclosure, even if this were to come through at 8,000 CFS and be successful, my house is still not one of them that comes out, just for full understanding. Any discussion on the motion? Any discussion on the motion?
I'm sorry, is or isn't one that comes out?
Is not. It will still be in the high-risk category, regardless if it's at 8,000 or 10,000.
I feel for you. I continue to feel for you.
Thank you.
Oh.
Alderman PODRYGULA.
I also think it's going to be important to, as we're starting to do now, is to emphasize the importance of flood insurance regardless of this completion status, unless it all gets done, of our projects and of this mapping appeal. I live on North Hill. I pay $400 or $500 a year for flood insurance. I do so cheerfully. It protects me, but I also do it because I want to broaden the pool for people who aren't as fortunate and may suffer a loss. I want to keep their rates somewhat reasonable, so I contribute to that pool, knowing I probably would never use it. But I think it's something important that we help out those who are at more risk than we are.
Alderman PODRYGULA, the NFIP often says that a very large percentage of people who are flooded each year are not in a high-risk category for flooding. So you definitely fall into the category in which they try to push that flood insurance is meant for everyone, not just those who live next to a river.
That's true.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, motion is to approve. Please call the roll.
Pittner?
Yes.
PODRYGULA?
Yes.
Ross?
Yes.
SIPMA?
Yes.
Evans?
Yes.
Janser?
Yes.
Olson?
Yes.
Motion is approved. That takes us to 5.6. This is 4443, the Broadway Corridor Study Virtual Public Input Meeting. On April 21st, 2019, City Council meeting, Council approved to fund the Broadway Corridor Study through the North Dakota Department of Transportation. On October 21st, 2019, City Council meeting, Council approved the selection of KLJ as a consultant for the project. And since then, there has been an existing condition report, a future conditions report, as well as 2 steering committee meetings. With the COVID-19 pandemic affecting how the North Dakota Department of Transportation normally conducts studies of this nature, the first public input meeting for the Broadway Corridor Study has switched from in-person to virtual. A brief presentation of the virtual public input meeting will be given during the October 19, 2020 council meeting, which is tonight. Good evening again, Lance.
Sorry, I'm back again. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What I wanted to do, real brief, and just talk a little bit about where this study is. So if you'll remember, we want to study Broadway from city limit line to city limit line. What we're really looking for is input from the public on what their concerns are, where they see issues, because it helps us as engineers and planners design a better corridor. We all know that there's parts of Broadway where our options are very limited because of buildings and right-of-way where we could do other improvements. But we still need to understand what some of those concerns are so we can find other mitigation strategies to help with congestion or safety issues. The primary goal of this study, or one of them, is to study the segment from 20th Avenue all the way south, because that is the next phase of Broadway that is due for reconstruction. There's several issues along that section of the corridor that need to be addressed, and we need to come up with what those improvements need to be, how do we fund them, and then how do we program them with the Department of Transportation to have those improvements built at some point. So far what we've done is we've reviewed the existing conditions. So as traffic is today, we've looked at the number of access points and accidents over a 5-year period. We've looked at some of the constraints that we have regarding pedestrian and cyclist use of that corridor, what some of the transit challenges are. We've taken a look at that, and we've also looked at what is the traffic going to be like 20-some years from now, because you don't want to design improvements for today's conditions. You want to look at the future and model that and have a good understanding of what those improvements should be, so that you don't design something that's obsolete right after you get done. So with that, where we're at now in the study, typically we would take this information that we've come up with, and we'd have the traditional public improvement input meeting where we would sit down with folks. They'd come to a meeting room such as this, and we'd have boards up, and we'd give them a presentation on what we found, and then we'd ask for their input. It's hard to do that when we're going through a pandemic. So what we've had to do, with the Department of Transportation and other communities have done, is they've gone to a virtual public input type meeting. In my opinion, this is probably something that we're going to see a lot of in the future, not just because of the pandemic, but because of the technology tools that are available to us. It's not always convenient for people to come to a public meeting. The traditional forms of mail, email response, or a phone call to people on the study committee is still welcomed. It's still an option. It carries the exact same amount of weight as someone that submits a comment here online, but we think that this is a good format for people to use to submit that comment. So if you go to www.movingbroadway.com, this link is also available on the city's website. You'll come to our webpage that we have a lot of this information. So I'm able to scroll through this here a little bit. What we've done is we've broken up the public information into 4 videos. These videos talk about sections of the Broadway corridor study. They go into some of the existing conditions and the future conditions, and it breaks the information down. So we've had our project manager talk about some of the findings that are in this study, and then show some videos on here to break that information down. Come back to the issues map here in a second. Also, if you want to download these PDFs and look at the different reports, you're able to click on those and download those, read them, and submit questions and comments. Just the dates here for this virtual open house. It starts here. It started actually last week, and we have some comments already submitted on our online platform, and it closes on November 15th. If you want to, if you're not a tech-savvy individual, or you just want to submit comments via mail, email, or in person on the phone, you can contact Bethany here. Her contact information is at the bottom of the page. Now, going back up to this issues map, if you click on this, it brings up a new window, and there's some information here on how this works. Essentially, what you do is you come to a portion of the corridor, And there's pins that you can drop. And you can submit issues for us to take a look at. So as an example, perhaps at this intersection, you come up to it and there's always a number of queuing traffic. It's hard to get through the intersection. You can type in this comment, observe what you, write down what you observe, and then enter in your email address. Your name and phone number, area code, that is all optional information if you wish. You don't have to put it in. But if you do want to submit a comment online, we do need your email address and then put in your comment. You can attach a photo if you have one. If there's a specific issue that you'd like us to see, if that helps explain what you're trying to get at, you can submit that as well. And then you hit next and you go through the process. Very simple. And as you can see, I can scroll out here a little bit. We've already had some citizens talk about some of the issues that they're seeing along the corridor by dropping these pins. And so that's a good way for us at the end. We can assemble all this information. We can see exactly where your concern is on the map and then digest that information as we move forward. One last thing I did want to mention, we would like you to please fill out the survey here that's on the left-hand side. So if you click on this, some of the information that we'd like to see from you, if you're looking at the Broadway corridor and you had 100 points to distribute between categories of vehicle efficiency, safety, livability, cost and impacts, and there's some descriptions below on what all those mean, but how would you distribute your 100 points? So maybe as a for instance, you have a lot of safety concerns as you're driving on Broadway. So maybe you would give that 50 or 60 points. And then your point totals would be distributed between the rest of the categories. So we're trying to gain some insight from the traveling public on what their concerns are, and then also what's important to them on the Broadway corridor. And you'd fill in those point totals here below. If you scroll down, we just have some very simple, basic questions. How often you drive on or across Broadway, walk, bike, or take transit. And then just a few other questions. If you want to stay in contact with the project and receive updates, you can hit yes and enter in your email address. If you don't want to do that, then just hit submit when you're done with your survey. And essentially, that's what we're asking folks to do. You have about a month to give us some feedback. We want to hear it, good or bad. It helps us plan this corridor out. So, Mr. Mayor, I'd stand for any questions that you or the council may have on this.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. Any questions for Lance on the corridor study? Alderman Janser.
I don't actually have a question, but I would just say as a member of this committee, I've been serving on it, it's a very important thing to participate in, not only for us, but also for our friends and neighbors. And, if you know folks who are property owners along this corridor and so forth, encourage them to participate, because that's the only way we're going to get a clear understanding of what citizens want done as we go about redoing this roadway. And it's, a very significant one for our community. So please encourage participation.
A very good point, Alderman Janser. Any questions for Lance? Alderman PODRYGULA.
Just a comment. I'm really impressed with the creativity of having these kinds of meetings virtually, given the situation. And this is really neat. I mean, there's a little bit of tech culture shock, I guess, if you're not proficient with dropping pins, but it sounds like it should be fairly easy to do, and it sounds like it'll really make it much easier to pull together people's impressions. So I'm very impressed with you and the contractor and the consultants and the committee. Sounds really neat. I'm looking forward to the results, and I will definitely fill it out.
Good, thank you. And one more thing, Mayor, you can drop as many pins as you want. So if you have 10 different traffic delay issues and 15 safety concerns, that's just fine. You can drop as many Broadway pins as you want.
Any further questions or comments? Again, thank you, Lance. Appreciate it. 5.7 is Department Report, Public Works and Flood Control. We do have our Public Works Director, Dan Jonason, who is here with us this evening and has quite a bit of information for us. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Alderman Pittner, just a heads up, if you want to text your wife and have the kids tune in if they need something to put them to sleep, now would be the time to do that. But hopefully I'll go through this quick, won't put all of you to sleep, and we can be on our way. I have a lot of projects to talk about tonight, big and small. One of them that really stands out to me is the generosity that we've seen with some donations for a project at our cemetery. A little background on Rose Hill Cemetery, it was established in 1880. We've got grave sites back there from 1890, 1888, the earliest one. We have over 22,000 burials there. Some of the pictures in here are just some of the projects that our staff has done with donations to try and make it more pleasing for the visitors. We get a lot of people that just come and walk and enjoy the beauty of Rose Hill Cemetery. Not something you hear quite often. Okay. I don't know, Derek. What did they do? Okay. The project that I wanted to talk about is really a vision from our prior cemetery superintendent, Cleo Nicholson, when she was here. A lot of people said, they'd really like to see a place where when they're there, they can sit, relax, enjoy the beauty of the area, reflect on things when they're visiting their loved ones and grave sites. And through the coordination and generosity of a lot of the area businesses, and a very generous cash memorial donation of $10,000 from the Weber family, this place became a reality. It was a collaborative effort through a lot of entities. Our Public Works employees, helped prepare the site for this gazebo. Minot Lumber provided the gazebo at a very good rate and helped us with the shipping by including it on some of other supplies that they had coming in. Derek? Oh, okay. Like I said, the cemetery Public Works employees provided all the labor to construct the gazebo. Sturs Valley Ready Mix stepped up and donated all the concrete for the gazebo foundation. Flores Concrete, who's done a lot of work in the city for us in different jobs, donated all the labor and materials to pour the concrete foundation. And finally, granite benches were donated by Craig Monument out of Elva. So like I said, it was a community effort, not only the Minot community, but our surrounding communities that came. And through all these generous donations from these people, the Weber family, Minot Lumber, Flores Concrete, Sturs Valley Ready Mix, and Craig Monuments, we now have a beautiful gazebo. It's constructed to stand the test of time, granite benches, and a place where people can come and enjoy the cemetery. Like I said, it's probably one of the smallest projects that we've done, but I think one of the projects that really means a lot to show the community spirit that we have here and the willingness of people around here to give. So thank you to all these people that donated and made this a nice addition to Rose Hill Cemetery. With that, just a couple other things in Public Works I want to touch on. Like everything else, airport probably saw the brunt of this, but with the COVID issue, our transit ridership plummeted. But amazingly, it has come back. We're only about 21,000 rides down, or 22,000 less from the same period last year. In the beginning of the COVID, we had times where our buses were running with 1 or 2 people on it, and it didn't look good if we were even going to keep it running, if it was worthwhile to keep it running. But we did. Our ridership is up again now. but less than last year. With that came a little over $1 million in CARES Act funding that's been secured to help fund 100% of our transit operations and maintenance for the next year. Typically, we have a match, 20% match on a lot of this stuff, but they are going to fund 100% of the operations. And what that has helped is we can take some of the state aid match that we use for our typical capital improvements and use it instead of our local match. So far, that's saved about $75,000, almost $76,000 in match funds that we don't have to take out of cash reserves or our budget to fund our transit department. So again, CARES Act funding that's been very beneficial to our city. One of our large sanitary sewer projects, this started a long time ago, a whole new trunk sewer line around the north and east side of Minot. In fact, in 2011, 2012, it started. There's almost $60 million that's gone into this project, and we have finished the last leg that ties a lot of North Minot in, reroutes that sewer around on the north and east side of Minot, and provides relief to our Valley Force main that was pretty much at capacity. So about a $1.6 million project. We were able to use some CDBG funding from the Allegation 1 funding for this project. We had used CDBG funds on several other phases of this as it went along. So big benefit. About 2,000 feet of 15-inch sewer line. We had an industrial sewer lift up here. We're able to eliminate that and pick it up with gravity now. So that's going to reduce some maintenance that we have. One less lift station out of the 43, I believe we're up to now, sanitary lift stations that we won't have to maintain. And like I said, about 5,800 feet of 21-inch sewer line. So capacity here for the city to grow for future years. Our landfill cell closure, as we're required by the state, we have different cells, 7 cells out in our landfill, and as they become full, we have to close them off, go through, put a, just about a 4-foot cap on these to seal them off more or less from the elements, and then get them all seated and aesthetically pleasing for the future. Typically, to do a cell closure, it's somewhere between $500,000 and $1 million if you're going to go hire a contractor to do it. We've been doing it with our own forces. Fortunate to fit it in between the other things. We've got a great crew out there that works hard. And to give you an idea, when I started here about 14 years ago now, we were starting to try to do the closure on cell 1. And up until the last 2 years, we were still trying to do the closure on cell 1. They accomplished a lot this year. Got cell 2 and 3 all closed. Next year we'll be working on finishing off cells 4 and 5, and then we'll just have active cells 6 and 7 left that we'll be filling in. So I guess another example of where we're trying to make all of our dollars go as far as they can in our budgets. Some of the NAWS project updates. There's been a lot going on with NAWS. Now that we got the funding, we got the lawsuit settled. Some of the current contracts that are going on, I'll go through some of these individually. As you've probably seen out at our water plant, we have a treatment expansion. Basically is adding 2 9 million gallon softening basins, so we'll have about 18 million gallon capacity in our water plant. Chemical storage feeds facilities, influent control, turbine, everything. Essentially, we're building another water plant besides our water plant, so that when we get into the final stages and everything's all hooked together and working together, we'll have 27 million gallon a day capacity to treat water when we get the water from Sakakawea. This project is behind schedule. It's about a year behind schedule, But right now, they're planning to have it fully operational by January, February timeframe. About a $31 million project. One thing that is operating, and I touched on this a while back when I gave a presentation, is when the water comes in on the NOS line, you have a high elevation that comes in that drops down to the water plant. So it's about 160 PSI when it comes down. We can't have that high of pressure coming into the plant. We have to get it down to 70 to 80 PSI. So we either burn that energy off into the air and make a lot of noise doing so, or we do something productive with it. We have two power generation units, turbines, water turbines that are in there, and there's pictures of them in here. They are operational. We're using them. They're making about 120 kilowatts of power a day, and they are running our water treatment plant, providing all of the electricity that we need at the plant. Any excess is being sold back into the grid on the system. So one benefit that we'll have, and possibly some future cost savings in our budgets in the near future, where we'll be able to budget less for electricity. I think right now we spend the neighborhood of $600,000 to $700,000 a year in electricity for all our different facilities for water treatment. Derek? It's not letting me do anything. There. One of the pipeline projects, Renville Corner to West Hope, was completed in January. That's just being closed out. It's the one circled in orange on here. It was about 17 and a half miles of pipeline, about a $5 million project. Just another segment of the NOS line to get water to the folks West Hope area that are in dire need of good quality drinking water. We've completed the loop from Lansford to Renville Corner. So now we have two ways we can feed into the NOS system. That was about 18 miles of pipe, about a $5.4 million project. It's all been tested, disinfected, and flushed, and it's actually in use right now. Just went into use in the last couple of weeks. So we have a little more reliability in the NOS line. The raw water line condition assessment, as you know, some of the NOS line between here and the lake has been in the ground since 2002. So it's been sitting there idle, nothing running through it. They're questioned, what that line's like. They've gone through and done an assessment on it. And, segment 1 has passed the pressure test. Segment 4 had one leak on a line, nothing major. They were having issues with segment 2 and 3 losing pressure. They couldn't keep pressure on it. That's the segments down closer near between Max and Skakawee, Lake Audubon. And
is now exiting.
I actually heard today from the contractor that they found out what the issue was there. So they expect to have all that assessment done, and the line appears to be good all the way to the lake. So about 45 miles of line that's will be ready to use when we can use it. West up to Souris Corner pipeline segment, about 15 and a quarter miles of pipe. With that, there's just about a mile bore that goes underneath the river. They've been pre-reaming that, making the hole bigger and bigger to pull the pipe through. They had some issues, equipment breakdowns and everything else, but they should be completing that bore in the next couple weeks and getting that done. Then it's just a matter of going through the connections, disinfection, testing, and then there'll be water be able to be delivered to Souris Corner. Some of the contracts that are under design, and actually one of these has a little change to it. I'll go through that. That's the Lansford Reservoir and Pump Station. That was under design, but we actually opened bids up on it on September 23rd. State Water Commission awarded those bids on October 8th, and it's about a $9.2 million project. It's a 4.5 million gallon reservoir up near Lansford, a treated water reservoir, so the system will have storage. They don't have to rely on us to pump everything to them. 2,500 GPM pump station, and then an operations center. A lot of the NAS folks, State Water Commission folks that come up here and need a base to operate out of, haven't had much but a little mobile trailer over on the edge of town. So it'll provide a couple offices and a garage for their base of operations. That project should be done by June of 2022. The Biota water treatment plant, which is probably the most talked about project of all the NAS stuff, is finally out for advertisement for bids. We actually have a pre-bid meeting on it this Thursday, and November 10th is the bid opening. It's about a $61 million project, all federal responsibility. The state is funding it until they can get paid back from the feds. Right now, the substantial completion will be around the 29th of September in 2023. It'll be about a 3-year project to build it out, and final completion in December of 2023. Right, it's being funded with some MR&I funding, which comes from Garrison Diversion or the Bureau of Reclamation, and then the rest is a loan through the Bank of North Dakota, short-term loan. Surrey Corner to Botno pipeline, that's our final segment of pipeline, about 14.5 miles. This will provide the last connections to Botno All Seasons Water District. Bid opening on that is going to be November 9th, about a $5.5 million project, and we're hoping to have that completed in the fall of 2021, so that on an interim level, until we start getting all of the water from the lake and we can provide full capacity treatment to everything, we will be able to provide interim flows to Botno and the communities up there, All Seasons water users. Snake Creek pumping intake, another critical part of NAS. We can build the plant, but unless we can get water to it and have an intake to suck the water out of, doesn't do us much good. That's in a 90% design review right now. They've been working with the Corps of Engineers. We have to get a permit from the Bureau of Reclamation and the Corps of Engineers to use the facility, since it's a Corps and Bureau federal facility. That's been a little lagging. We're hoping that gets sped up, and actually we're trying to push them to expedite this and allocate funding this year so that it can go out to bid. If not, we'll wait for a future allocation in this upcoming legislative session and have it out to bid in 2021. It's going to be about a 2.5-year project, so we have to have this project done. So when the Biota plant is up and operational, we have water to send to it to check the plant and start treating. So crucial part of it. The State Water Commission's been looking at possibly pre-procuring some of the pumps and motors that go in here. They're kind of a different creature because they use whopper power, higher power, and things like that. They have a long lead time, almost 2-year lead time on them. So they're looking at pre-procuring that and then including that in the design so that they have them here in the 2-year time frame. And we're not sitting and waiting for 2 more years after the bid is awarded to get that in. So hopefully we can keep that moving along. South Prairie Reservoir and Hydraulic Control Structure, about 50% designed. Basically what this is about a 10 million gallon reservoir and pump station that'll go down near the South Prairie School, so that when we start treating water from the Biota plant and pump it up, we have a storage on our raw water in case something happens. We can't pull from our Sundre or Minot well fields to supplement it. We'll at least have 1 day's storage there, and also it'll give a break to the plant. When we get in the high usage times in the summer and everybody's wanting water, it'll add that buffer in there. Hoping to get that in sometime in the next 21 to 23 biennium, we can still pump water through if the biota plant gets going. And we aren't reliant on this. This is just, I guess, a little frosting on the cake, I guess, to the project to help it function better in the long run. SERS Botno reservoirs and pump stations. Once we complete the pipelines, we need storage up there and some additional pump stations. So those we're looking at having in the next biennium funding request so that we can get them included sometime in the 2022-2023 timeframe. Right now, in discussions that I've had with the Water Commission staff, we're going to be asking for about $45 million in state funding in the next biennium to keep NAWS moving forward with a total request of $100 million. Some of that's going to be a line of credit, about $55 million. And that's just to continue the biota plant moving forward. Right now, it's there's I guess a timeline or a cutoff on the line of credit for the biota plant. So we need to extend that out for a few years until they can get the MRI funds and pay that off. Snake Creek Pump Station, South Prairie, SERS Botno reservoirs, basically, and to start the design of the final phase of the Minot water treatment plant is what this funding will be used for. Just an update on the flood protection now. Just a couple of pictures of what I think are some of the, I think turned out to be very attractive features of the flood control. The Perkins Stormwater Pump Station, walked through it again today. We had our final walkthrough on it. You know, I think you'd be hard pressed to find people that would say that's a pump station. Beautiful facility. You know, from the outside, last year at the open house that we had over there for the residents, I heard a couple of them comment that said, that looks more like a church than a pump station. So if somebody needs to have services, we could probably make it available if they wanted to do that. Then the flood wall along Railway or 4th Avenue, I think turned out pretty good. I'll admit I was skeptical when I looked at some of the color schemes and was picking some of the color schemes, but I think it turned out pretty good, and the addition of the LED lighting in the columns, I think adds to it. It's going to make it an attractive corridor for a big concrete wall.
And Dan, I just want to pause for just a moment here because I have had folks ask why in the past why we're making pump stations look so nice. This one, for folks that may not know this, it's sitting in the middle of a residential neighborhood. This is not sitting hidden somewhere, but we've talked about quality of life with flood control. I know that's been a high priority because we have to live with this thing from here into perpetuity. And that is the reason why the aesthetics are important for the final aspects of this. So I just want to highlight that if somebody's at home watching wondering why we're making them look so nice, is because one, it's a residential neighborhood, and two, it is a representation of the city, of all of us.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's exactly, you know, when we're looking at this, we look at the functionality first and foremost, but, you know, the engineers, I'll give them credit, they put a lot of work into making sure that it fits in with the neighborhood. You know, they're not just looking at some big ugly block building that's going to be there, like you said, for the next 50, 60, 70, 100 years. Maybe. As kind of to touch on some of the funding for the flood protection, you know, when we started out this biennium, we had about $82.5 million commitment. About a little over $46 million would be spent in the city of Minot, about $36 million outside of the city of Minot. When the oil revenues kind of took a tank, you know, the joint board in the city of Minot realized that, you know, that's probably not going to be a reality. We're going to need to do like many other communities and get by and try allocate some of this money back. So engineers went to work and do with some to some of the issues we had with MI5, and by delaying some of the construction on the Terracita Vallejo, we were able to come up with a 40% reduction that the Water Topics Committee had asked us to look at coming up with, which resulted in about $33 million in state funds that were reallocated or I guess turned back to the state or reduced our request by to the state. And I think and I hope this is going to go a long ways in the next biennium to show that, we're a team player. If times are good, yeah, we like to get the money and get the project done, but when times are bad, we're going to step up and do what we can to help out. MI1 update a little bit on that. It's about 90% complete. Final completion is going to be June of next year. We're hoping to still have railway paved yet this year, providing we get some temperatures. It'll only take a couple days, but we're holding our breath, hoping to get that paved and get that open. If we don't get the temperatures, it could be closed for another year till next spring. The flood wall is all complete. The pump station's come along real nice. If you notice, you'll see some of the scaffolding coming down, and you'll be able to see that there was a lot of, I guess, thought put into the aesthetics and the architectural value in that pump station also when it comes along, as well as the screening wall and all of the structures along there. Kind of some exciting news. Like I said, this afternoon I did walk through with the engineers on looking at the punch list and final completion of phase MI 2 and 3. It was about a $35 million project, substantially complete on September 30th and finally complete today. So 2 more phases of flood protection completed, and kind of I guess a feather in our hats to show that we are moving forward with flood protection. And I just want to say we don't get a lot of comments in Public Works. I don't know why. I think we do a great job. But I will say I can't count the number of comments that I've gotten from people on this project, on how well it looks, and the Bark Park, how well that was done, and like I said, the aesthetics and everything that was done, the plantings, the trees, and everything along here. It is a really nice looking project, pretty project, and kudos to the engineers for their design on this. They did a great job. Burlington flood protection. We're not just building flood protection in Minot. We're doing it in the entire Mouse River Valley. They started their first portion of their flood protection, which is basically levees, some stormwater pump station, utility relocations, things like that. One interesting part of this project is there's what they call a bentonite slurry trench. Probably doesn't mean much to you, but to me, I geek out about it a little bit, something you don't see around here all the time. But basically what it is underneath the levee, you have to prevent the water during a flood event from seeping back. If you have tight soils, clay soils, not a problem. But in this area, a lot of them are sandy soils. So you have to cut that off somehow. So the engineers came up with this bentonite slurry trench. Basically, they dig a trench a couple feet wide and 35 feet deep, and fill it with this bentonite clay type substance to create a cutoff wall, more or less underground, underneath the levee that's being built. So hoping to get out there and take a look at it. I've seen some pictures. Kind of interesting for, like I said, some of the geeks like Mr. Meyer and or other folks in the engineering department. MI4A, which is a part of the Maple Diversion Project, basically the utility relocation. I'm sure you saw it west of here on Western Avenue. Had a little slow start. We had some issues with permitting and then finally getting flaggers to show up and everything so that they could complete bore and reroute some of the utilities, 18-inch water transmission line, and some of our sewer underneath the railroad. But I'm happy to say we have the flaggers have been in place now. They're completing the bores, and we're getting the work done. They're working on some of the other bore coming down Western Avenue. I will caution you, though, this probably isn't going to get paved this year. We're probably going to have to go through the winter with a gravel course on a portion of this. But I guess that's some of the downfalls of dealing with things out of our control, weather, railroads, other things like that. Some of the other phases in Minot MI5, the tieback levee, or northeast tieback levee, we'd call it, about a $65 million project. Right now, that's about 60% designed. January, February, we hope to have the 90% design done and have that ready to go out. So as soon as the acquisitions are complete and we have funding identified from this next session, we can get that out to bid and get going on that. Maple Diversion, the engineers still continue on the final design process. There's a lot of coordination with not only dealing with building a bridge for CP Rail, but dealing with BNSF and Amtrak, and then just all of the other flood aspects that they have to take into consideration on that. It has been included, Senator Hoeven got included in the WRDA bill, so we're hoping and crossing our fingers that that goes through and passes, and we will have a federally authorized project sometime by the end of the year. And then we'll work at trying to get federal funding for it. That'll be our last hurdle in all of it. MI6, Eastwood Park Levee, kind of the first work on the south side of the river, you might say. We're looking to start design on that end of this year or beginning of next year, so that that'll be ready to go as soon as we have funding for it. BU1C, Burlington, I said the design's complete to that. It was split into two phases. One is under construction, the north half of Colton Avenue. Actually, we're waiting on some acquisition, finishing up some acquisitions. As soon as those are acquired and we have funding allocated again, we'll be able to move forward on that. Hoping we can get construction going on that next year also. And Teresita Vallejo, we've gone through, again, some negotiations with CP Rail. We have to cross their rail. So anytime you have to do that, there's lots of hoops to jump through, but I think we've come to a amiable solution with them. Design is basically done on that. We have some acquisitions that they're working on, but hopefully we can get that going by next year also. As always, take a look at mouseriverplan.com. There's cameras out there on all of the projects, active projects that are going on. If you go under the urban area and pick the different project, there's links to the cameras so you can see what's going on anytime, day or night on the projects. Urge you to take a look at it or go to the YouTube channel. They've been doing a lot of drone videos about every month on all the different projects. So they're interesting to see the progress of everything going through. So urge you to take a look at that. And if you ever have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me. With that, Mr. Mayor, I'd stand for any questions.
Thank you, Dan. Any questions for Public Works Director on any of the information?
I have nerdy questions. So how often do you have to do like a cell closure at the landfill?
Mr. Mayor, Alderwoman Evans, our first cell went in 1993. So we are currently filling cell 6 right now. Okay. So we have, cell 1, 2, 3 that we're working on closing. We've more or less finished closing. cell 4, we still have some garbage that we can put into that. But due to the slopes and everything, we have to get into some of the future cells before we can close that off. So it's probably every, on an average, I'm going to say every 5 to 7 years, just depends on how much garbage we take in and how soon the cell fills up.
And a little bit of back information as well. Prior to Cell 1 was the previous rules under the EPA and different dumping guidelines and all of that. That landfill dates back to the 70s.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. We became a Title V landfill in 1992 or 93. What that means is a lot more restrictions on how you dispose of the garbage. All of our cells that we build now, are fairly deep in the ground. You have to have at least a 2-foot clay liner so things can't saturate through. And then there's a plastic liner that goes in. And then there's a gravel base on top of that. And any leachate or goo, water, gets collected and can't go into the soils. So there's a lot stricter requirements on how they're constructed now. Years ago, and in fact, just to the west of where our existing cells are, they did trench disposal. Basically, they went out, they dug a big trench with a scraper or backhoe or whatever, as deep as they could go, pushed the garbage in there, compacted it, filled it up, built another trench next to it, and that's how it was disposed of.
Right.
Actually, in Minot, if you look at a lot of the different valleys in town here that have been filled in north of MSU, that entire area up there, that's all old landfill. South Hill, or the soccer complex just south of the airport there, that's all old landfill. So that's how they used to dispose of it, not how we dispose of it now.
And second, just a compliment. I know, it was a stretch for you, when there was, the aesthetic, debate about the flood wall and stuff. So I'm so glad you kept an open mind and, were able to just have faith that in the end it would look half decent. And that I'm so glad you're happy with it and that we all work together and I think have a beautiful, as beautiful, like you said, as a cement wall can be, but it's nice. And, I think it really, is going to be envied by cities who have flood walls that aren't as pretty as ours. So thanks, Dan, for being open to that.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Alderman Pittner.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, thanks, Dan, and congratulations. You're the record holder now, the fastest my kids have been put to sleep by department head meeting.
All right.
I didn't think Lance's asphalt report would ever be beat, but you proved me wrong. So, thank you very much. But to Nas, real quick, and Dan, when, and maybe you said in the report, I saw 2023. Is that when we're going to be pulling water out of Lake Sakakawea, and actually pulling water in my kitchen sink?
Mr. Mayor, Alderman Pittner, if we can get the funding and get the Snake Creek intake project done, going and done, that's about a 2-year project.
Okay.
And then get the biota plant built, which is about a 3-year project, which I think that's going to be a reality. Mm-hmm. The Snake Creek thing is the part that I guess I have concern with. I think that needs to keep moving forward. But if both of those projects go, we should have water coming through the NOS line on September 29th, 2023.
Continue.
Thank you. And is that a pin in that project then? Are we done with that?
Mr. Mayor, Alderman Pittner, no.
Okay.
There's all of the projects that I outlined under construction. After we complete those and the ones that I showed under design, I can't get back to them. If we can get all of those completed, we still probably have, I'm going to say probably $40 million worth of projects or so. Okay. We have the second phase of the biota plant to expand that. We have the third phase of the Minot water treatment plant, which basically takes the old part of our plant, refurbishes that whole thing so that the new plant and the old plant are all working together and can work together. We have higher capacity on that. So there's still work to be done, but if we can get these projects that I showed here tonight done, I would say NAS is going to be 95% complete operational.
Thank you.
Alderman Ross.
Dan, great report. A couple of things that stood out. The Rose Hill Cemetery, a perfect example of city, community working together. The thing that came to mind was, that's the magic of Minot right there. You know, the community getting together and working on a project, whether through donated funds, coordinating it with the city. That's awesome. That gave me goosebumps. That's one other. The other one was down at the water treatment plant. Another perfect example of, and I'm not sure who was responsible for figuring out the turbines for producing power and putting some back, the overload back on the grid. I mean, those are things that it's just a feather in our hat. You know, we're going to get credit for that, but it's you and your staff that have put the work and the effort into it, that are really going out there with the mindset of trying to find ways to save the city dollars whenever they can. So kudos to you and your staff on that.
Mr. Mayor, Alderman Ross, thank you. I'll have to say, I can't take credit for it. That was the engineers and the State Water Commission that came up with that. But again, it's the thinking outside of the box ideas that really highlight or bring value to a lot of these projects.
And Alderman Ross and Mr. Jonason, Rose Hill's gazebo is also probably going to be one of the best deer watching spots in the city. Yes. A little bit of pun there. Any other questions or comments for our Public Works Director? Thank you, Dan. I appreciate it. That takes us to item 6. That is personal appearances. This is an opportunity for anyone to come forward and speak on any item that is or is not on our agenda. We do have slated off individual time, 5 minutes apiece, and I would ask that anybody does come forward to just state your name and city of residence and then sign in after you are done. Name and city of residence, please.
Hi, my name is Juliana Mikalazik. I'm from Minot, North Dakota.
Can you double check to make sure the light is on the microphone right on the base there? Okay, go ahead.
Is it on?
There's a green light at the bottom. Follow the microphone down.
Down
here. Is
here.
the green light on?
No. Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
then you're good.
Okay, good. Okay.
Thank you.
Juliana Mikalazik, Minot, 1112 Delmore Court. I just wanted to first come up here and say thank you to Alderwoman Carrie Evans for standing in the face of defeat and neglect and judgment and cold hearts from the last town city meeting that y'all had from last time, and standing up for who you are as a member of the LGBT community, and standing up for myself and my wife and many friends and families that identify in that community. And I just want to say thank you for not standing down in the face of hate and judgment. I did want to come here on the topic of COVID-19 and the no mask mandate. As y'all had stated earlier, y'all were talking about doing just city official buildings that are going to be mask mandated. I do not work in a city official building. I also have a wife who I would love to enjoy having anniversaries and going out in public, and I also have a daughter at home as well. I don't have the privilege of being a person in charge to make a mandate of wearing masks due to just life circumstances, but I don't think that it is a correct decision to make as being people who are in a city officiated building. I feel like that is a very biased decision, a very selfish decision to just make it city official buildings, because there are many buildings here in Minot that are not just city officialed. And as us, we are many people who are just basic workers that work at Home Depot and coffee shops and McDonald's down the road. And like y'all said, it would be a hard transition for the city of Minot since a lot of people are stuck in their ways and don't like being enforced to wear a mask. Now, if we can go ahead and make children who are at the age of 5 wear a mask on an 8-hour daily basis to go to school, I feel like it would be appropriate to make adults who understand the consequences of not wearing a mask. Y'all are making 5-year-olds wear a mask all day. Children who are in middle school and high school, even in college, wear masks, but yet the city as itself cannot take that as an appropriate mandate to be approved. I don't understand how y'all as adults of the community can make the decision on not making that a mandated issue. I feel like it's very selfish seeing that I am a person who is high risk. I have friends who are high risk for catching COVID, and we don't get to have the privilege of making a mandate of, oh, well, just city officials. I feel like it is something that should be mandated. In bigger cities, they are giving fines to people who are not wearing masks. And I feel like yes, it may be a little bit of a scare tactic, but if people are going to get fined for not wearing masks, then perhaps they can go ahead and pay the fee if they don't want to, or they can go ahead and stay out of buildings that are not allowing no mask. I don't see why we can't install the mask mandate. Numbers have been going up, they're not going down. On just July 15th, there were 72 cases. August 15th, there were 122 cases. September 15th, 233. October 15th, 706. And just from yesterday, there were 6 individuals who have tested positive.
You have 1 minute.
Okay. So I just would like to see that we are moving forward and not digressing with preventions of COVID, being that the numbers are rising higher and not lowering. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate your comments, and we'll likely have some response with discussion here on the pandemic discussion here in a little bit. Any questions for Juliana?
Yes.
Any questions? Alderman Pittner.
Thank you, Mayor. Juliana, just wanted to, and no question, just a comment. None of us up here, I think, besides the city clerk and acting city manager, Lakefield, work in a city building. And I can stand corrected by anybody. We also work in the private sector. So
thank you.
Just want to make sure that's clear. We could mandate it for the citywide, and that would affect us. I have a wife that's pregnant, high risk. So again, we take all those things into consideration. Just want to make sure that we're clear.
And lastly, for a full kind of picture here, we don't have any input or control over what happens with Minot Public Schools. That is a school board decision, not a city of Minot, not a city council decision. And like I said, we'll likely have a lot more discussion about the masking issue here in just a few minutes. Any questions for Juliana? Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, this is an opportunity for open discussion, public appearances. Anybody does want to come forward and speak on any item that is or is not on our agenda. Seeing none, we will move on to our miscellaneous discussion items, and that is under the pandemic response. Alderman PODRYGULA had submitted a memo that is attached, and I would look to Alderman PODRYGULA. But maybe before I do, I'll just ask Derek if Ms. Clute is on the line or if she had to step off for another phone call. Lisa Clute, are you on the phone?
I am. I hope you can hear me.
We can, Lisa. Thank you so much for calling in. I appreciate that. Perhaps maybe to Alderman PODRYGULA's point, a brief update from your standpoint, and if I did misspeak or make any determination on our previous meetings, you can certainly either make those correcting points or what have you. Floor is yours, Lisa.
Well, thank you, Mayor and City Council. Since we did talk this morning, a few things have changed, and I think that's the difficulty with this situation right now. It is so fluid, trying to keep everything moving in the right direction. I'll just give you a very brief, I promise it'll be brief. I have to say, I was kind of jealous that Dan gave Alderman goosebumps. I don't think I'm going to do that. So anyway, right now, Ward County has 520 active positive cases. That, and I will say, when I say that, almost 40% of the positive cases that you have seen in Ward County has come in the last 2 weeks. So we are seeing a substantial increase in cases. There are, or in positives. The other thing that has changed is the long-term care, and my desk is, just one moment here. Currently in Minot, and this is just in the city of Minot, you have 88 positive residents in long-term care. Also 37 positive cases. Excuse me, I've been talking too much. 37 positive cases with long-term staff, and that is just directly in Minot. Our ages have shifted from where they were the last time I talked with you. The highest age group is still the 20 to 29-year-olds, and they currently have 93 cases in that age group. But now the second highest age group is in that 80-plus-year-old population. And then both of the, the 30 to 40-year-olds and 40 to 50-year-olds are also quite high. But what that tells us, and what we have known, there is no doubt, and it shouldn't be disputed, that community spread is occurring, and that is what is getting into the long-term care facilities. They have done an outstanding job trying to keep these long-term care facilities going. They have a very aggressive testing program, and they will be moving rapid tests into long-term care facilities, possibly even this week. So that should help the delay on any results coming back. I do not anticipate that there will be rapid tests available for the general public anytime soon. We are being allocated a certain amount into North Dakota, and because of the high risk situations that we have in long-term care facilities, that's where those will be utilized. The other thing that I watch closely is our 14-day average and the matrix that the governor uses to determine our colors. Oh shoot, I just lost. So right now, the governor uses these three matrix: the active cases per 10,000, and all of this is on a 14-day rolling average. Tests per 10,000, that is also on a 14-day rolling average. And then your test positivity rate, which is a 14-day average. Right now, according to the governor's health metrics, and he has not made any color changes, I just want to be clear to that, but I'm looking at the metrics that he uses to do that. And with the active cases per 10,000, currently, Ward County is sitting at 48.5. anything over 40 is considered a critical risk or your highest red color. Now, the test positivity rate over our 14-day average is at 11.1. That's for Ward County, 11.1%. That is in the orange or the high risk color. He also takes into account the tests per 10,000 residents, and that's over a 14-day rolling average. We really test well, and so we are doing very well. We're in the blue category with those. So I won't begin to predict what the governor will say as far as changing colors. Typically, I don't think he does that every 2 weeks, or he does that every 2 weeks. That may change now that it is, the situation is evolving quite quickly. So with that, I cannot even pretend to speak for him or what he will do, but I am letting you know that that is where Ward County is sitting. And I also say that when I talk about Ward County, the bulk of this is in the city of Minot. Now, we do have some rural areas, and one particular school I know is struggling in the rural areas, but for the most of it, the majority of these cases obviously are in the city of Minot. So those are just a few of the things that are, as far as data, I can report to you. The other thing is that the mayor discussed the testing issues. I just want to be clear, we can test very quickly, and we are testing a lot. What they are backlogged on is the lab getting the being able to call back out the results, and the state calling out the close contacts and do the contact tracing. As of about noon today, they were backed up 1,300. They have a software system called Dynamics that is where all of these cases are entered into. You can see how many cases have not been assigned out yet. 1,300 had not been assigned out, and there were 800 waiting to be inputted. So that kind of indicates the backlog that they are experiencing. There was a meeting at the state tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. I'm meeting with them again. They are supposed to have some strategies ready to do that, to decrease that. The one thing, and I met with I have a whole testing division right now at First District that I'm working with. I met with them this afternoon. What we have done is we have testing at First District. We have tested, you call and make an appointment. We test up to about 130 a day. And we test on Monday, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Friday. Those are done in-house. We send them to the state lab. The lab contacts my coordinator of those and actually does the call outs of the positives so we can get them going faster. That has helped with the testing in our site. Some of the testing events that we are doing, such as Minot State, we're over there twice a week. And we do invite general public to come to Minot State and be tested. We have not hit our capacity on any of those testing events over there yet, so there are room for tests. Those tests are sent to, it's called a macro test. it is sent out of state, and I don't know what exactly Jose is doing, but I just told him to keep doing it because we, for some reason, are getting our macro test results back sooner than the rest of the state. So that's good. However, statewide, it's a huge, huge issue. And the capacity just isn't there right now to keep up with this amount of testing and the positives that are being identified. So I guess with that, I mean, I could talk for hours and hours, and I'm sure you don't want to hear that. So I would rather just answer any questions that you would have.
Thank you, Lisa. I appreciate the information. For just a point of information as well this evening for this body and for Lisa, I don't know if you've seen this, but earlier this evening, Fargo Mayor Tim Mahoney did order a mask mandate for the city of Fargo effective immediately. They, of course, are in the orange elevated category above us right now. Alderwoman Olson, you had a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Lisa, I think the thing that is most concerning for me in all of this is the shortage of ICU beds. And I don't know if you're able to comment on that. I know you're not Trinity staff, but are you able to comment on that for our region?
I would love to comment on that. I'll say that every Thursday evening at 5 o'clock, we have a meeting with physicians and medical providers or hospitals throughout the state. And we go around the horn and basically say this is where we're at. And it is not just ICU beds. These beds are tight. Now, I think the difficulty with that is the governor is reporting, and understandably so, he's reporting the beds as it relates to COVID. But what is not being fully understood is how, those hospitals typically run at capacity or very close to capacity. So when you're pushing up say 30 COVID patients over at Trinity, and I don't quote me on that, and I shouldn't have said that out loud because that census changes on an hourly basis. But in that 25, 30, probably upwards to 35 COVID patients, they have made an entire wing on the hospital and are expanding that. One of our long-term facilities that have several cases there, Trinity is sending over physicians and trying their best to care for them at that long-term care facility. So there is a lot of diversions going on throughout the state at different times. And again, the difficulty is it can change by an hour. You can have a car accident that will, heaven forbid, require 3 or 4 ICU beds, and then the game's over there. You're pushing people out. The ERs talk about throughout the state, they always say, this is what we've got stacked in ER. In other words, how many people are waiting in ER for beds? So the situation is very fluid. Trinity and us talk frequently, and they have done an incredible job coming up with creative ways to create capacity and so forth. I think one thing that isn't talked about much is the financial hardship of all of this on the hospitals. In order to create capacity, they will, in essence, send out, well, I don't know. they will send out somebody that they could have broke even on financially and take on COVID patients, which is a financially losing situation. None of those issues are ever discussed as primary concerns. I have just been so proud and pleased to listen to the North Dakota hospitals working together as a unit. Wow, they are just incredible. They are moving and shaking and working amongst themselves, and they are just doing what they can to do the right thing. So it is a concern. It's a real concern, and we're watching it closely.
Thank you.
Further questions for Ms. Clute? Alderman PODRYGULA.
Yeah, Lisa, thank you very much for making yourself available. And I understand that sometimes circumstances don't allow you to plan in advance or be here in person. So I really appreciate you coming here, because I think we do need the local public health guidance. I have 5 questions to ask. I guess the first one is in terms of staff holding up in hospitals. I look at the hospital numbers, both regular and ICU beds, on television frequently, and like you're right, they change by the hour. But I think one of the things you pointed out is the financial impact on the hospitals. And one of the other things that I'm seeing also is the impact on staffing. You may have a bed, but do you have the nurses, the respiratory therapists, and the physicians to adequately staff them? What's your sense on staff holding up in the state at this point in terms of adequacy of staff resources?
All staff resources are being utilized at this point. You know, and that is why we need these staff to stay healthy. And that's why we're so concerned about community spread also. When we know it's in the community, healthcare workers are in the community. And I will be honest, healthcare staff, first district staff, clinics, they are, they're exhausted. And, you know, I'm afraid of where we're heading right now. We've been going at this since March, and they have just done an incredible job. I don't see right now that there are any additional staff options locally for us to pull in to work with medical care facilities.
Thank you. The second question I have is what color, I get confused because there are all these colors, what color are we in now for Ward County?
The last color that the governor assigned us was the yellow, which is right down the middle. It's, I can't remember if it's a moderate risk, I think it's called. It's concerning, and you should be taking all precautions necessary to slow the spread. But right now, from the data that I'm reading, I would not be surprised. I mean, you locally can determine your colors. I wouldn't recommend that. But at what I'm looking at, based on the colors that the governor uses, we are in a much riskier situation than we were a week ago.
You said, this is my third question, you said that you would encourage us to be cautious about setting local levels. Could you expand on that a little bit before I ask my third question? This is question 2B then, if you will. Why should we be cautious about looking at things so locally?
I don't know that cautious is the right word. I will say, I certainly understand the politics of masks. It saddens me tremendously. It's an excellent tool that we have in our public health resources to help slow the spread. I also will, and I will be honest. Everybody needs to wear a mask. I don't know how many other ways we can say that. And the only other way is that I think some people have taken on the attitude, and I understand that early on, we said it is your responsibility to protect your own health. Nobody's going to do it for you. But when you have community spread like this, now it takes the entire community working to slow that spread. So it isn't only just protecting your own health, it's protecting the livelihood of your community to help slow this spread. So I understand, I have heard, I can't tell you how many people one side and down the other about mask mandates. I also understand the problems that come with that. I did see, Mayor SIPMA, that Fargo did issue a mask mandate this evening. So that is the first in the city. I also want people to be reminded that masks are not the only tool that we have to protect the spread. That seems to be what everybody has latched onto. But I hope everybody is carrying hand sanitizers. They are washing their hands. If you social distance, you keep your distance away from people. Those are all excellent tools to prevent the spread also. So all of those things that we have been talking about over all of these months need to be practiced more now than ever. We did an incredible job in March when we had the first case. There is a real COVID fatigue. Aren't we all tired of this? But the problem is we're tired of it when we're needing to work the hardest at it. And I think that's one of the difficulties with this situation.
Getting back to the heart of question number, and thank you so much. You've anticipated some of my other questions, but getting back to the heart of question number 2, in terms of risk level, mitigation level and risk level, I guess. We're at the middle, the moderate, the yellow color. In terms of the numbers you talked about just earlier, you said the state relies on 3 different metrics, 3 different dimensions. Where are we at functionally? Even though somebody hasn't declared it a certain level beyond yellow, where are we functionally with that? Are we at the next highest level of red yet, or are we even to the highest level?
We are at the highest level in regards to cases. I just want to make sure I say this correct. We are at the highest level at the red level, the critical risk level, the highest level you can be at, with active cases per 10,000 residents over a 14-day rolling average. We are at a orange level, which is a high risk level, and this is as of today. That's higher than the moderate risk that we were at in regards to test positivity rate. Now, the test per 10,000, that is included in the governor's metrics in how he determines what color we are, what color he deems us. I think everybody across the state is in new normal on that, or in blue, because North Dakota tests a lot. My concern with our testing is one piece to a 3-legged stool. And if we can't keep up with the other 2 legs, then I don't think that our testing is as effective as it should be. Did that answer your question, Alderman PODRYGULA?
Sure, thank you. So in one level, we're same as everybody else. In another level, we're higher than we currently are. And in the third level, we're at the highest level compared to where we are. We're 2 points above, 2 levels above.
Correct.
Okay. And then the final question I have at this point, is you're our public health expert, and I want to rely on you to a great extent, not totally obviously, but to a great extent. What could we do as a city government, as a city council, to help you out in your efforts and the efforts of the state and federal health authorities too, to control this pandemic? What could we do? What would you like us to do?
I think one of the biggest challenges that we have out there right now, well, it's the end of the day and I can't think of a tactful way to say it, so I'll just say it. There are so many people that have become self-appointed epidemiologists and infectious disease doctors. These are highly skilled professions, and they aren't as people are going all over the internet and coming up with all sorts of things, and they're making their own deductions and whatever. I think the biggest problem we have right now is when I hear people say, there's so much out there, we don't know what to believe. And I just want to say, believe your credible sources. Your credible sources are First District Health Unit, the State of North Dakota Department of Health, CDC. I understand that there has been discussions about that, but those are credible sources of information. And if I could change anything in this community right now, I would ask them to look at credible sources, not all of these sources that people are relying on and finding to support whatever they are, whatever they feel about the pandemic. The other thing is, I think it is important to encourage businesses right now to encourage and support them in developing mask requirements for those businesses. I think that's really important. And I think anything we can do to promote that would be helpful. I'm very pleased, and I see a lot of businesses have done that. But that is really protecting not only the workers and the visitors, but that is slowing the spread. Those are some of the biggest challenges we are having right now. Is just so much misinformation out there.
Thank you very much. I really, really appreciate it. This has been extremely helpful to me in my thinking.
Any other questions for Ms. Clute at this time? Appreciate it, Lisa. Thank you. And I'm not sure if you've got to run or if other questions come up, but if they do, we will certainly pass them along. I would look then to the council for discussion on this item. Alderwoman Evans.
So this is where we're headed anyway. So I'm just gonna, you still hold your emergency powers that we gave to you. And I would like to put a motion forward to direct the mayor based on a lot of the reasons Dr. Mahoney in Fargo issued: increased hospitalizations, increased death rate, risk level escalation, high level of community spread, contact tracing overwhelmed, request by 65 pediatricians and the North Dakota Medical Association for a mask mandate, and the increasingly negative impact on the city of Minot's workforce, and Governor Burgum's recommendation for local control. Based on those, I would like to make a motion to ask the mayor to create a mayoral mask mandate modeled after Fargo's, which does not include a penalty for noncompliance.
That is a motion.
I will second that.
Second by Alderman PODRYGULA. I'm going to ask the chief to come forward. Please, Chief. This is a discussion that I've had with numerous people. In terms of mandates and understanding that Fargo's mandate came forward without any kind of penalty, can you give me an overview right now of the police department or any other compliance issue that really is at the heart, I think, of a lot of concern for a mandate without any kind of teeth, any kind of repercussion, and more so time and availability of officers right now?
Mr. Mayor and Council, it's hard to predict exactly what impact it would have in the community, but I think it would show at least an effort being made by the city to keep the citizens safe. I know there's a lot of people that are on both sides of this issue. We face the same questions within the department. What are we going to get for compliance with our own employees wearing masks? Once we put it in front of them and we didn't give them the option anymore and everybody was doing it, it became more normal and more compliance was there. I guess the issue of, if there's not a penalty, what does a community do? What does a business owner do? What does, as a police department, it really is something that it would be difficult for us. I was just reading a text before I came up here that we have another likely close contact that's going to force somebody home. We go a few days with, we're up to about 8 employees being quarantined for different reasons or testing positive. That number it seems like it's really been a roller coaster for us. So, it's hard to say. Today, we might have the ability to be a little bit more, take a little bit more action. Tomorrow could be a totally different story, and we might not have the officers available to respond to those needs in the community. So, it's hard to predict exactly what our availability will be, but most days we run call to call already. Trying to put this much more on our plate would be difficult if we were trying to take steps in the community as well, without paying overtime, without increasing our manpower, without taking some drastic measures, which we would do if that's what the council wants us to do. So.
And that was one of the questions that I think a couple of business owners had posed to me when, I'm not sure where the rumor had started, but a mask mandate had been floated, is that what can a business owner do if somebody walks in? Now, granted, most business owners do have the right to refuse service to anyone, but given that, it really does come back to our law enforcement if we have problems regarding just people that, I guess, get overinflated over the issue.
And Mr. Mayor, and to that point, that is probably the best thing, for any business owner, property owner, they have the right to refuse service. So if they want to stand strong behind the direction of the council for the good of their employees and for the good of, the members of the community, they can definitely do that. And they could ask people to leave, just like every sign on the door of every restaurant that says no shirt, no shoes, no service. They could do the same thing with a mask. So probably more teeth than what we have or what we would really want to get involved in.
Alderwoman Evans.
So I'm sure Fargo Police Department, right, is under the same circumstances in the hundreds of jurisdictions across the country that have mandated masks. So again, I would encourage we work with Dr. Mahoney and our largest city in North Dakota and figure out how they're going to do it, right? If Fargo, our biggest city with many more businesses, many more people than us, can figure this out and protect its people, then Minot can.
Mr. Mayor, Alderwoman Evans, I think, again, it goes back to, I don't know what their strategy is with no penalty in place. I would guess that there's going to be very little law enforcement interaction unless somebody just flat out refuses to leave a business after they've been asked to do so, which we deal with that already. So that would increase our calls, but we would adjust accordingly if it came to that. But I can definitely follow up with the Fargo Police Department too and see, what they're being asked to do under this mandate.
Alderman PODRYGULA.
I have 2 points/questions. I guess the first is, you said you're already stretched thin, and you've had 8 of your people test positive. You've had to rearrange. When I was in the Citizens Police Academy, we took a tour of the building, and they seemed extremely careful, particularly in the dispatch center, even protecting it from police officers. So would it be fair to assume that since you're already very, very careful and you're already being wounded, so to speak, that if community spread continues, that your staff would be impacted, your ability to protect us as a community would be impacted?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Alderman PODRYGULA, it could be. Okay. We are stretched thin. We have to make adjustments as the situation unfolds. We've been able to do that with minimal impact anyway, but could that change? Absolutely. And I would not want to get into a situation where we have more people. And that's why we've really been careful with, even though there's the order out there that says, hey, emergency services can bring people back in close contact and have them work. Some might have to do that, and we might get to that. Right now, we're taking the extra precaution and keeping them home through the course of that quarantine order, per the suggestion. Even though we could bring them back, we want to keep them separated so that we can try to manage our staffing without infecting anybody if they were positive. So because we have experienced the cases of asymptomatic and they felt perfectly fine other than they had a positive test. So that's, we running a 24/7 operation, it's very difficult. We're already down staffing in dispatch, so that's why we have it very limited, only dispatchers, and I'll go in to check on them from time to time, but otherwise it's very limited to who can go in there.
And I really appreciate your level of care for your people, because these are the key critical people, the people in the hospitals, the firefighters, the police officers, the water plant people. Our community depends on those people. Second point/question. The thing that worries me, and I'll be very honest with you, about making this a penalty or making this a crime or an infraction.
That's not what the motion is. There is no penalty for non-compliance.
Well, respectfully, you can declare something a crime but not have a penalty, and that's my concern. My concern is I don't want to create more friction in people. I mean, this is something that gets people riled up. We have enough friction, we have enough polarization, we have enough conflict in our society, and I don't want to increase it arbitrarily unless there's some really, really good persuasive reason for that. The other part of that is, and this is where I worry about law enforcement's role, I think it's risky to make laws against things that aren't realistic, that don't make sense. I don't want to put police officers in the position of being forced to enforce something that's unreasonable, or also to have to make that decision that, we're not going to pay attention to this. And I'm concerned about that. But I think the option of not having a penalty is a potentially good way out of this. Giving the message from society in the strongest way that we can that you should not be doing this, and yet not following through with the punishment end of it. Do you see your role compromised by dividing it up that way, by saying, look, society says you shouldn't do this, but we also will not punish you, and leaving the punishment, the law enforcement intervention, for really egregious cases, people deliberately sneezing, coughing on people, or trespassing, refusing to leave an establishment where they're not wanted, where they're told they can't be, which, like you say, normally happens. Do you see a problem in splitting those up? Would that compromise your role as an enforcer of the law?
Mr. Mayor, Alderman PODRYGULA, I don't know that it would really compromise. I think what we would have to rely on is the community to respond. That's what we're ultimately, what we're looking for, is for the businesses, the other community leaders to step up. The little bit that I saw in what the Fargo mayor had proposed laid it out in a way that put the onus on the business owners. It was their rule to enforce. Can't go into a business or a space where there's people that are outside your family and be within 6 feet without wearing a mask. Those are the types of things that it then puts it on the business owner, not on the police department. They can ask people to leave, to follow the order put in place by the council.
Or they could choose to ask them not to leave.
And they can choose to, yeah, I mean, there's no penalty, so it goes back to who's going to be responsible at the end of the day. And personally, if I go into a place and they're being careless, I'm gonna turn around and walk out. That's my responsibility as a community leader as well, to set the example that I'm not going to go to a place, put myself at risk, and therefore put my people at risk. So that's going to be on everybody in the community.
Thank you very much.
Alderman Pittner.
Thank you, Mayor. Bet you didn't think you'd be dealing with this first year on the job, did you? But
I was expecting other things, but not this one.
In regards to maybe to that scenario, let's jump into a scenario. You go to a business, someone files a complaint against a grocery store. Someone's walking around without a mask. You come, you talk to that individual. Is there repercussions? Obviously, no penalty to those individuals, to those businesses. Do you go to the business and ask them if they want them removed? If they say no, we don't care, we go about our lives. I mean, how does a situation like that play out?
You know, I think, Mr. Mayor, Alderman, forgot your name, Pittner, sorry. With any business that we go to, we try to get that direction before we even respond. So if they had somebody that was in there, that I think the questions to decrease our risk and the risk to our officers, we would want to know what they want us to do when we respond. So if a business would call and they said, hey, we have people in here, they're not wearing a mask, we want them to leave, and they won't leave, because it is ultimately up to the owner of the business or the business to do that, we could then respond knowing that we are going to have them leave that business per their request. And if they don't, they could be cited for trespassing if that's what the business wanted to do.
Continue.
Just to clarify, what if I'm walking in at a grocery store and I see Alderman PODRYGULA walking around without a mask on, just a hypothetical, and I call it in at a grocery store saying, I don't feel safe in this place. Do I have to leave? Will you come and escort him out? I'm just trying to.
I think, and that goes to, I don't know what I
have a response.
I mean, we really don't know what the answer is, because we don't know what the order is either at this point. So until all that was laid out, it'd be really difficult to answer. But could we go and say, hey, somebody has a concern with you not doing this, or bring it to the business? I mean, ultimately, it would probably be the recommendation, hey, find an employee, let them know, and see what they want to do about it. And again, it goes back, if you're not comfortable there, you can go to another store that's willing to enforce it.
And Alderman Pittner, with that, just looking through what was on the news wire that Alderwoman Evans was reading, a lot of it, like Chief had said, was pushed out to the business owners, not the individuals in this case. If you're walking through there and see somebody else, there isn't a dang thing that can be done at that point, because there is no infraction, there is no substance there. But that it gets into the argument of kind of that, I don't want to say mask shaming, but it is pressure put on individuals, on other individuals, to step to the plate finally. And that's one thing that, honestly, I think we've been trying to avoid, is for other people, to make that acknowledgement that this isn't about me, this is about the other people in the community. I did want to highlight on a couple of quick things here, just for a little bit of perspective as well. Talking with folks from out in the Williston area, where Mayor Klug out in Williston, they've clamped down on social on gathering sizes and have done that through emergency ordinance changes, which was effective on the absolute surface, and they have had some success there. But what it also has done is, talking with some other folks that I know out in Williston, is now they're out in the county in the industrial buildings. They're holding those in the Quonsets and barns or wherever else outside of city limits. For those folks, when it came to a mandate with a repercussion, folks that absolutely are going to turn their head against the rule, they're going to find a way. And I'll use the example as if we were to do something like this, and I'm not saying with a mandate, but for argumentative sake, let's just say, if we're going to put a mandate in with any kind of repercussion, we also have to keep in mind that there are a lot of venues right on city's edge that are not in the city limits, that are within a very short driving distance of Minot. Now, granted, I think what Mayor Mahoney is hoping to do in Fargo is to lead the charge, to get other communities on board. In our case, it would have to be Ward County to come on board as well with a mandate, and whatever their appetite is, I don't know. Discussions with some of the commissioners, I'm not so convinced that they're there yet, but I've been wrong before. The issue of just putting a rule in place without any mandates, and that is what Lisa Clute from First District Health and I talked about. Is it something that is going to be beneficial on the forefront? I think we'll get some people. Is it actually going to be, I think, detrimental for some because they're going to fight it and re-embolden and get into the issues of mask shaming? Possibly. So I'm looking for comments and suggestions here, because as both Lisa and I agreed, I don't know what the silver bullet is on this one, because we know the spread is there. We've seen the numbers. I've run the percentages, and we're heading in the wrong direction in a big hurry. Alderwoman Evans.
So there is no silver bullet. If there was, we would have been over this pandemic in this country and this world a long time ago. This is leadership. This is moral leadership on our part. Our numbers are record-breaking every day. It is embarrassing as an elected official to be sitting and not doing anything about this. When Fargo, and so I just want to be clear what Fargo's is so we know what my motion is directing. So Dr. Mahoney talks about, definitions, what businesses are, blah, 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 blah. Every person shall, within the city of Fargo, wear a face covering over the mouth and nose in all indoor environments where they are exposed to non-household members and where social distancing of 6 feet or more cannot be assured, and in all outdoor settings where there's no exposure, when there is exposure to non-household members, unless there exists social distancing. Then there's a whole list of exceptions. If you're driving in your car alone or with passengers from your household, if you're actively drinking or eating, participating in athletic activities where 6 feet is not achievable, job duties where 6 feet is not do that, persons with medical conditions, persons younger than school age, persons engaged in religious worship, persons giving a speech or performance. And then simple, the mandate shall not prohibit law enforcement or local officials from enforcing trespassing laws or other applicable laws in removing violators at the request of the business or other property owner. So it only is invoked if that business owner or property owner calls dispatch and says, I have somebody who will not leave my establishment, which they would do anyways if it was a disorderly patron or whatever. You call and say they won't leave it. And there's no penalty. Although these measures are being mandated with the strongest possible recommendation, there is no penalty for non-compliance with this mandate. That is all Fargo's is. I simply propose swapping every time it says Fargo, Minot, and I think it is a great, short, succinct, but impactful mandate that Dr. Mahoney has done in Fargo.
Discussion. Alderwoman Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Pardon me. I can support this, and I mentioned that 2 weeks ago. because I do want to see doors open. I don't want to see doors closed anywhere. And if a mask mandate allows those doors to stay open, I can support it. Along with this, and the way that I would understand this, it would also give business owners who do not want their customers to be required to wear a mask, they have that option. So we're sending a strong recommendation, but we're still giving business owners the freedom to say, you don't like masks, you can come and shop at my store. So I think that there is just enough freedom within that I feel comfortable voting to approve this.
Alderman PODRYGULA.
Well, since I introduced the agenda item, we got into Lisa telling us all these things that we needed to know, and I never really had a chance to explain kind of my plan here. The discussion of masks was the last thing I had anticipated, I had hoped for in an 8-item protocol of looking at progressively stronger messages. And I want to, if there's no chance for further saying this, I want to say the other points. It's important. The first thing I wanted us to do is to support the mayor, strongly support the mayor in his efforts to work collaboratively with the other mayors in the community, in the state, which is a community. And that's changed over the course of the afternoon, and also working with the governor. I don't want Mayor SIPMA to be out on a limb. I think regardless of how we might feel on the ultimate issue, I want us to show our support for him being careful about the welfare and health of the community. And that's very important. It's a very contentious issue. It's an emotional issue for a lot of people. And I don't want SHAUN out on a limb, at least personally. I want us to show our support for his work. The second thing I wanted, and I think this is something we're accomplishing, I wanted us to urge very strongly the citizens of Minot to take the pandemic situation very seriously and to follow all recommended public health measures, in particular urging them to wear face coverings in public places, practice social distancing, frequently washing their hands and contact services, isolating themselves if they felt ill, and seeking prompt medical advice. As several people said, there's no silver bullet, but I think a whole panoply of measures are going to be effective, or at least have the best chance of being effective, and I think that's a message that's gotten out. The city manager is already taking measures to protect city staff and citizens/customers who go to city facilities. That's taken care of. We've talked about the issue of what level of precautions we should take. And I think Lisa probably is right. Although if I had the choice, I probably would boost our color level and severity level significantly higher than what it is now. I think she's probably right that that direction needs to come from the governor and should be consistent. I think by this discussion, by what's happened in Fargo, we are in a sense asking the governor to look at things again. I would not join 65 people telling the governor what to do. I would ask him to think carefully and reconsider this. Things are changing. Out of respect for him and his office and the separation of governments, if you will, I don't feel comfortable telling him what to do or recommending, but I would ask him to reconsider this issue in conjunction, too, with these health care leaders. This puts me in a little bit difficult position because one of those people who signed both those letters is my family physician. And as much as I want to listen to the scientists and the public health experts, I also need to put my trust in my family physician. And I've put the trust of myself and my family in his hands for several decades, put it that way. And if my family physician, who I put my life in his hands, says, you all got to wear masks, I gotta listen to that to some extent. I'm not going to be blindly obedient to the healthcare professional's suggestion, because there are other issues. There are public policy issues, there are economic issues, there are leadership issues. But I got to pay a heck of a lot of attention to that. I was going to suggest as point number 7 of my list that we ask the city attorney to determine what powers the mayor might have, just in case. And Alderwoman Evans here has already recited what authority we've given the mayor and what authority he has under current ordinances, and she's proposed a new ordinance, a new resolution. And the final item on my list, which was going to be the most contentious, and I thought we could kind of work our way up to it, build a consensus as much as we could, was to discuss the advisability of implementing a community-wide face covering requirement as an urgent means of protecting the public health until more effective mitigation efforts generally become available. I think personally I'm at that point where I'm ready to deal with my final, I think the hardest issue in many ways. And I think the compromise that Alderwoman Evans has presented is a reasonable one. So, we kind of jumped ahead here in terms of what I wanted to see, but I think we've covered everything I wanted to see. And I think we're at the crunch issue of, what do we say as a governing body of a community? What do we say to our citizens? How do we get this message across that we should take this seriously? And how at the same time we also need to respect, people's individual liberties and their feelings. I did some reading earlier before I came here today. And one of the people I read was John Stuart Mill, who wrote one of the classic texts in political science and political philosophy called On Liberty. And his thinking, along with that of John Locke, was influential, extraordinarily influential in the creation of our country and its laws. And one of the things that Mill and Locke lobbied for was individual freedom and liberty. I think both could be called libertarians these days. And one of the ways in which John Stuart Mill defined liberty was the ability to do what you please, regardless of the preferences or tastes of other people, whether they're offended or not. You have the right to do what you want. But this is the clincher. In that definition, he said, we should be able to do as we like, quote, as long as what we do does not harm them, close quote, referring to other people. And I think this is a situation where there is an imminent harm, an imminent serious risk of harm. I was involved in the movement 20 years ago to create smoke-free family dining environments. And there was harm. It wasn't, though, nearly as immediate and nearly as dangerous as this. And to be consistent, if I care about the public health, whatever the cost might be, politically or in some other fashion, I need to support that. I need to be consistent in my views. So I respect very much those people who don't want government to tell them what to do. I know that faces have particular meanings for people. In certain religions, for example, face coverings are required or beards are prohibited or required. I get it. And I think that we need to say, at least I think we need to say at this point, we got to get serious about this. We got to stop this. We got to get a handle on it before it kills and sickens more people and threatens the life of our community. So I'm going to be willing to support this. And again, it's not because I want to tell people what to do or impose my will on them, but our responsibility, as Carrie said, is to protect our people. And our people are very vulnerable. And I don't want more people to suffer, more people to die, more business to close, more children to lose on their educations. We may be able to nip this in the bud, but time is very, very short. So I'm going to support the motion. I have mixed feelings. I wanted to be very public about where I'm coming from, all the different things that are pushing me in different directions. But I think ultimately it's an issue of public harm and public safety, and we'd be derelict in our responsibilities if we didn't do our best to protect the public.
Ms. Clute, I understand you've raised your proverbial hand.
I have. So just a couple comments. And first of all, I thank you for your concern and your willingness to work on this. It is the public health issue that we all dread and fear, and it's on our doorstep. And so it's as awful as what they trained us that it would be. But I also want to say that with a mask or the motion that you have laid out, you have to take into account a couple things. You have to go hard with a media campaign on how to properly use it, use the mask, because if you don't use it properly, it does you no good. So it has to happen in concert with each other. And the other thing is you just have to stand firm with those that will say masks don't work. They do work, and you have to go with the science that says that it does work. The other piece is there is a population out there that cannot wear masks. Special needs, it's not large, but there is a distinct population out there that cannot wear face coverings. we use various things like shields and so forth in the school systems, but they aren't as effective. And I want to make the council aware that that needs to be in your consideration of your motion, if that helps out. And the other thing is, and I say this over and over again, math seems to be the thing that we have hung our hats on, and that this will solve all problems, but it won't. It will help tremendously, but as much as that is, people have got to stay home when they're sick, and that is a huge problem. The other thing, and your mayor indicated this, is the large group gatherings. With those colors, that has taken that down. And when the governor changed guidance last week, that in your yellow color right now, you should not be having groups of more than 100 or more. If you go down into that next color, you're talking about groups of no more than 50, 10 to 50. Those super spreader events are very high risk to community spread. So those are very important too. But I just wanted to add that comment that not everyone can wear a face covering, and that would need to be stated, I think, in your whatever it is, ordinance or resolution or whatever it is you're considering.
Thank you, Lisa. Did you, Alderman Ross, I saw your hand up.
Lisa, since the beginning of this back in March, being the head of the First District Health Unit, what type of media campaigns has the First District Health Unit placed or conducted?
I think we're out everywhere. The biggest, we have worked with Ward County JIC with Derek. Derek has been a tremendous help from the city of Minot. Ward County Emergency Manager. And we have coordinated out our messages. We are utilizing the city of Minot social media. We are doing the social or First District social media. We are putting things out daily on our social media on how to prevent the spread, how to use your face coverings appropriately. We have not done paid advertisements, but I see that some of that is happening across the state. We've done press conferences. Seems like I do a media interview at least every other day. So I think we've been out there quite a bit on the freebie stuff.
What, as a follow-up, so then what are you requesting the city of Minot to do if we implement this mandate, media-wise? Anything different than what we're currently doing?
No, I just think that it's going to have to be in concert with that, is not only wear face covering, but wear it to all of these. I mean, Derek could give you a quick list of all of the places that they could find that information out. And we would be doing that also, but I think if it comes from all different sources, it would be good.
Just as a follow-up, Mr. Mayor, we haven't heard from the other side. And I'm obviously, since I'm the only one up on the dais without a face mask, I'm going to speak to the other side. We're in a community of a glass half empty. We're living in fear. We're instilling that fear for a virus that has a cumulative survival rate of over 95%. You know, Dr. Podrygula, or Councilman Podrygula, I appreciate you mentioning your family physician. You respect. I did some research, and I've got a classmate from Bishop Ryan. He's a pathologist. Him and a number of pathologists operate a lab in Amarillo, Texas. They process every single COVID test in the community of Amarillo, Texas. So I reached out to him, and I asked him. I said, and I told him, this is what we're working on. This is what is happening. I said, give me your best medical advice when it comes to masks. And this is a guy who processes all of them probably in the panhandle of Texas. And he said, Tom, the only place you need to wear a mask is more than likely in an airplane, or if a place is extremely crowded. He said the key is to washing your hands and don't touch your face. And one thing that he also mentioned, he said, Tom, please start taking vitamin D and vitamin C, because studies are showing that that helps build your defenses. And not once have I heard it from Trinity, and not once have I heard that from the 1st District Health Unit. That studies show that. For every study that shows that masks work, there's a study on the other side that shows they don't. For every letter that's signed by 80 physicians, there's a group of physicians in the Netherlands that are bringing lawsuit that say the exact opposite. We have an NFL team that was tested. I don't know how many positives came from the NFL tested. They retested, they were all clear. There's so much information out there, they don't know what to believe. And that creates skepticism in every step of the process. Simply put, if you're in fear for your safety, do not leave your home. I'll respect the wishes of any business that puts their own mandate out there. Essential businesses, who am I to say what's an essential business? A bookstore down on Main Street, that's an essential business because that person has to pay the bills and feed their family. That's an essential business. What's the goal of this? I hear it time and time again, to slow the spread. To slow the spread. So we want to extend this till when? If we're going to slow the spread, we're going to slow it. We're going to affect businesses. We're going to affect revenue. We're going to affect so much if we slow the spread. We don't need to slow the spread. We need to have health organizations throw spaghetti noodles at the wall for a cure and a treatment until one sticks. Just because we have a president who says this works for him, now it doesn't work for everybody else and he gets criticized for it. This same classmate, this man who's a physician, a doctor, told me, he said, Tom, if you get COVID, God forbid if you get COVID, but he said if you do, take 220 milligrams of zinc and drink a gallon of diet tonic water for 2 days. He says that'll clear it up. Just as Councilman Podrygula believes his family physician because of the credibility, I gotta believe my classmate. He wouldn't steer me wrong. Another thing, if my saliva is so dang dangerous and so contagious, why is it when they test, they stick a Q-tip to the back of my brain and not take a simple swab out of your mouth? These are questions that people have. These are questions that people have that are skeptical about this. People are tired. The people I've talked to and the people I listen to are tired of the fear, are tired of the anxiety. That hasn't been addressed either. The anxiety of people, and I'll be completely honest, I'm in in one of those susceptible classes. I am. And for a while, every time I step out of the house, I'm sitting there going, oh, am I going to catch it? How am I going to catch it? What's going to happen? How come, But why hasn't anybody come to me until my classmate last week and said, you know what, Tom, start taking vitamin D, start taking vitamin C. Wash your hands and don't touch your face. He says those are the keys. Studies show that confirmed flu cases are down 97% over the same time last year. 97%. I mean, these are, things change so often. The rules seem to change. And that's why people are skeptical. And to have, Lisa, to have you tell me that I have to believe in your science because it works, why don't you believe in the science of all the other studies that say masks don't work? I'm a believer, I'm a firm believer in personal responsibility. If you're sick, stay home. If you don't feel safe, stay home. It's all on yourselves. And putting together a mandate without a consequence, what a waste of time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Kloot, did you have a response on that? And then we'll continue. If not, I have another alderman that has a question or a statement.
Well, I appreciate hearing your comments, Councilman Ross, and I'm the first to say everybody has a study on whatever. I also will take issue with your comment that we have not advertised the importance of self-care. If you follow us on Facebook, you would see that we are putting up there that you should be taking vitamin D, that all of those things that you have mentioned, there are vitamin C's, anything like that. We have encouraged people to do that. We know that that's a big issue. So I do not think that we have neglected that. We can continue to do more of it. I don't know that Trinity has done that, but I do know that, well, I'm not going to speak for Trinity. So we have not ignored that. Maybe it hasn't come across as loud because quite frankly, it doesn't get the attention that some of this other stuff does. Our intent has never been to create fear. Our intent is to provide you the facts. And what I provided you tonight was the facts of where we're sitting at. I do believe that this is a public health crisis, and it is very unusual for people not to follow the public health science. And this isn't rocket science on how you protect yourself with it. And so, yes, there are a lot of people that say lots of different things about this. We have always said the same things. Protect your own health. This is how you do it. That's our job, to provide you that information. But it is no different than if we have other community outbreaks, such as Hep C. We get out there and we say, do not share needles, do not do all of these things, do not do X, Y, and Z. That's what we do, is we try to prevent the spread of disease. The reality is, when you ask where the end game is, the end game is to create a herd immunity. in order to create a herd immunity by just natural exposures, you will, you need 60 to 70% of your population have that. And so with that, you're saying that it's acceptable to have whatever percentage you want to come up with, 5, 1, 2% of the population would likely die of that. So the plan and the hope is that you create a herd immunity with vaccinations. That is typically how we have always created herd immunity in this in infectious disease environments like this. So I am not arguing with this. I will stand behind the science. I think everything that we have told and have recommended is good public health science. I know that there's a lot of people out there that have a lot of different thoughts on it. So that's my only response.
Alderman Pittner.
Thank you, Mayor. My thoughts are written down here in no specific order, so I might jump around a little bit, but I can relate to a lot of people, a lot of the things that have been set up here. I too, like Alderman PODRYGULA, my pediatrician has signed on to that letter, or my childhood pediatrician, which is now the pediatrician of my children, and in my opinion, is one of the best doctors in the state of North Dakota, Dr. Michael Holland with Trinity. I've said I've gone on record many times saying that what that man tells me is gospel, and I agree with that letter, and I agree with the contents of what we're trying to do here. I agree with wearing a mask. I agree with a lot of the common sense items that we've talked about. I've heard people state, well, the world has changed. This is the way the world is now. This is the new normal. This should have been the new normal. We should have been washing our hands. We should have been not touching our face. We should have been staying home when we're sick. How many times have we had a colleague or a classmate at some point sit next to you and he's sniffling? I'm not picking on you, Mark. He's sniffling or coughing or hacking. It's like, well, why'd you even show up? Now I'm going to get sick. Now I can't come to work. And I'm not talking COVID. I'm talking about any time in our lives in the past. How many times has that should have been the norm? Wearing a mask in public, I wear a mask in public, not because I'm afraid of COVID, but I don't want to give it to someone else. I don't want to get it and transfer to someone else. Social distancing, avoid social gatherings, large social gatherings. If you have the flu, stay home. If you have COVID, stay home. If you have a cold, stay home. And it's a cumulative effort. I agree with Tom. I don't live in fear. I try to use the facts. I try to look at all those items that we're talking about that I just listed as a cumulative effort, right? If you wear a mask, you get a 1% less chance of wearing COVID. If you wash your hands regularly, you get an extra 2%. Well, you're up to 3% protection now. So it's a cumulative effort, putting all those things together. The only thing, and the main point of Tom's that I agree with, this is a mandate with no teeth. We're telling businesses, we're mandating to businesses and business owners how to run their business. I'm not in the business of doing that. They have to mandate masks. And then if they don't, no big deal. You have that choice anyway. They're empty words, in my opinion. And I'm not a fan of mandating something that really is just words. It's not a speed limit to where you can get a ticket if you break the law. It's not a trespassing. If you get a ticket, you get a ticket if you break the law. You have a fine. I'm not a fan of going down that road of mandating that. If we want to make a strong recommendation, community-wide recommendation to wear masks, I could support that. But I think it's a slippery slope of mandating things in our community and mandating things to businesses. We're responsible for City Hall. We're responsible for city-run facilities. I have no problem going along with that and telling people, if you come in here, wear a mask. I wear a mask where it's not mandated right now. I wear a mask when I go to stores that don't mandate it, restaurants that don't mandate it. for security, but I'm not a fan, and I'm not a proprietor of telling people what to do or businesses what to do. I won't support it. If we wanted to give a recommendation, a community, the city hall strongly recommends mask wearing, I would support that. But a mandate, I can't get behind. I think it's a slippery slope into other issues, maybe years down the road.
Further discussion? Alderwoman Evans.
Not related to well, it's sort of related. So, I mean, we assume everybody who's sick can stay home. In the Department of Labor in 2019, the Federal Department of Labor, only 76% of American workers have access to paid sick leave. That leaves 26% of our community that doesn't have that. So it's easy for maybe those of us sitting up here with economic privilege who maybe have paid sick leave, but for the worker at Walmart, I'm not saying all of us do, Sean. I don't. Paul doesn't, but the worker at Walmart, the worker at Come and Go, they don't have paid sick leave. And so staying home when they're sick is not an option for the most vulnerable people economically in our community.
Alderwoman Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I would just piggyback off of that, and it would be in response to Alderman Ross's statement that if you have a fear of contracting this virus, that you should stay home. Well, that is not financially sound advice either, because people need to go to work, businesses need to stay open, schools need to function, cities need to provide services. So if wearing a mask allows all of those things to occur, it makes a lot more sense to wear a mask than to have everyone stay home.
Alderman Pittner.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to be clear that I support wearing a mask in public. I'm just not a fan, and I'm not going to go down the road of mandating something to a business owner and tell them how to run their business. I would never want someone to tell me how to run my business or how to operate my business. And again, if someone can't stay home, and I get it, I don't have economic privilege. If I don't work, I don't make money. And I started my business from the ground up, and that's just the way it is. However, again, this is a philosophical difference and maybe a political difference, but I don't believe it's government's responsibility to make those people whole. I don't believe it's if I get sick and I have to stay home and I don't make money, I'm not looking for a check. I'm not looking for a handout. That's the life decision that I made to own and operate my own business. So again, I will recommend people to wear masks. I will not mandate it. Which, if I may continue, which is essentially what we're doing because this mandate has no teeth.
Alderwoman Evans.
I just would like to talk about the effective date and term of the motion. I would again urge we add to the motion Fargo's, which takes effect immediately and it remains in effect until the underlying state of emergency has ended, unless it is sooner modified or terminated by the mayor or by council. So the mayor still has the underlying state of emergency powers. And so I would tie it to that underlying power and effective date and term. I don't know if my second agrees.
Is there also, I do agree, and is there also a religious exception or a medical exception?
I'll review the exceptions again. Kids younger than school age, people with medical conditions or disability that prevents them from wearing a face covering, persons performing job duties where 6 feet distance is not achievable, but a mask is inhibitory to the ability to safely and effectively perform the job duty, persons participating in athletic activities where a 6 feet distance is not achievable, but a mask is inhibitory to the activity, persons actively consuming food or drink, persons driving a motor vehicle alone or with passengers from their household, persons receiving services that require access to the face for security, surveillance, or other purposes may temporarily remove that face covering, persons engaged in religious worship activities, and persons giving a speech or performance for broadcast or to an audience. Those are the Fargo exceptions.
So quite a few of them.
Yep. A through I, so however many letters of the alphabet that is.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Alderman Janser, you look like you had a thought.
Well, thank you for calling on me, Mr. Mayor. For looking pensive, I guess. Okay, so I've listened to this discussion, and it's been kind of it's been a good discussion, I think, and I think because of the way the numbers are trending, and because of the concern that we have for our community, it's probably incumbent upon us to give guidance in the strongest possible way that we can as to what citizens should do. And while this motion doesn't necessarily impose a penalty, it does, I think, what Alderman Pittner has been talking about, which is it makes an extremely strong recommendation. If a business owner decides that he or she doesn't care if people come in and do business without a mask, that's their choice. If a business owner decides that they aren't going to make every employee wear a mask inside their business, that's their choice. But what the motion does do, I guess, and I've kind of come around to this view, is that it does send the message that we are asking the community to get serious about trying to slow down this virus. And so I'm not saying that anybody who disagrees with wearing masks is wrong, but I think if there's any chance that it will help, it's not too tough a thing to ask. It's not too tough a thing to do. We ask people to wear seat belts when they drive. Not everybody does it. And some people who wear seat belts get killed in a car crash anyway. But it's still a pretty good idea to do it. And I think that's the nature of this. And it's the nature of the recommendation that we have before us. So those are my thoughts.
Alderman Pittner.
We're getting late. So one other thought that I've had throughout this, and I'm not going to put my doctor hat on, but again, we've heard time and time again that if you're in a high risk category, you should make sure you're taking these precautions. But there are also some individuals, and this is just my philosophy on it, that are in high risk categories that shouldn't be. This should also be an opportunity for our community to come together and make sure you're exercising, start walking, eat better. If you smoke, maybe now would be a good time to stop smoking. Just additional things that I think would be just good advice. Again, take the extra steps necessary to remove yourself from one of those high risk categories. If weight or smoking or health issues that we can address. Just food for thought, putting it out there with all the extra good advice that we've heard, along with the tonic water and vitamin D. Whatever you can do, add to your grocery list to some more fruits and vegetables to make yourself healthier would be a good idea.
Agreed.
I think where I'm at on this one is frustration. We held press conferences right here talking about all the recommendations and not wanting to get the hospitals to the point where they're at right now. Talking with some of the healthcare officials, listening to Ms. Clute and others, they're exhausted. It's been a marathon and they've been beat up. My frustration is also with a lot of folks that don't look down the road at what that responsibility or lack thereof sometimes can mean. How did some of this get into long-term care facilities? So I'm sure that a lot of the people that work there weren't just going out and not following their own guidelines that they live and work around every single day. And I'm sure the folks that that live there didn't invite it in, the high-risk community. We do actually tell a lot of businesses how they're going to operate, whether it be liquor licenses or fire codes or safety codes and other things. This is one thing that I certainly didn't want to come to, was any kind of mandate. And I'm not 100% sure that a mandate without teeth is going to be impactful enough. My concern is we get another month down the road and we watch these numbers balloon to the point where our hospitals are overrun, our healthcare workers are absolutely run ragged and sick or isolated because of all of that they've been exposed to at work. I really hope people take this a lot more seriously than some of them have not been. I don't want to see mask shaming. I don't want to see people that are out there hammering on their neighbors, but take a look at really what we could do in terms of some of the simple things, washing our hands, taking vitamins and other things. If the mask, we know the mask isn't the cure-all. We know it's not going to stop, but if we can lessen the load on the healthcare workers until a vaccine, or until at least to the point where the herd immunity is achieved, but not through death, at least through getting to the point where we can manage it. My concern is, even at 1.25% death rate of 50,000 people, the 625 people of Minot, if we're at 50,000, which I think we are, that's a pretty steep number. I don't know what the death rate is for influenza every year for Ward County is, but I'm hoping it's not that much. I didn't want to be here in terms of talking mandates. I really hope that we are not sitting here a month from now with a mandate that doesn't have teeth and have to talk about teeth. I'm going to support it. I really didn't want to be here in terms of having to be here because of our numbers that have ballooned where they're at. I'll give Fargo Mayor Mahoney a lot of credit for stepping forward, because I didn't want to be the first one. I was hoping that our numbers were going to make a turn before we got to this conversation. And for the folks out there that are talking about abuse or overreach of powers, look at where we're at. Do we want to be back to shutdowns if it does get so widespread? And that's where some of the discussion in other communities like Fargo are talking. We can't handle that. That would be a detriment to a lot of businesses in town. And I know the psychological impact has been talked about a lot in schools. Our social spread in schools has been minimal. They do have masks. They do have breaks where they wash their hands. And they really push on understanding the importance of it. Dr. Vollmer and his crew have been outstanding. I'm going to take a lesson from Dr. Vollmer and those other folks. I hope a lot of other people around the community take one or two extra steps, and then we can flip the switch on this, hopefully before too terribly long, and get back to whatever life normal without mask is before too terribly long. I am going to support it. It's 9:30. Any final discussions on the motion that is before us? Alderwoman Evans.
So it's not about the motion, but I do want to at least publicly, show my support if you, under your emergency powers, consistent with our code as yellow, do restrict group gatherings larger than 100 people in Minot. I know that's consistent with the restart, and I just want to put that out there. Thank you.
Further discussion? Seeing none, we have a motion before us. It has been read twice. If there's any last questions about what that is, let me know now. Please call the roll.
Evans?
Yes.
Janser?
Yes.
Olson?
Yes.
Pittner?
No.
PODRYGULA?
Yes.
Ross?
No.
SIPMA?
Yes.
Motion is approved. I would direct our city PIO and then perhaps work with our Minot Daily News folks and the rest of the TV crew that already went home for the details of that motion. One thing that, again, I mentioned before, we have Ward County that sits along our borders. I'm going to have a conversation with our commissioners to see where they're at, if there is any will, want, or otherwise. But we're going to watch this closely to see if there is any effect, and I truly hope that there is. Any other discussion on our pandemic response this evening? Seeing none. Liaison reports. We're not quite done yet.
Oh, my goodness.
Alderman PODRYGULA, take us away.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I serve on the Emergency Resources Council for the county. We had a brief 15-minute meeting virtually, which was interesting. Routine matters were taken care of. Nothing major except that the county will be finalizing its emergency plan, which the city plays an important role in, I believe, at the November meeting. So if any city staff have any concerns or problems with that, you need to act on that fairly quickly. So things are going fairly well there. Second group I'm on is the Commission on Aging. We barely got a quorum, but took care of routine business. The commission is very appreciative of the support the city has provided financially. Let me think of what else is happening on the Commission on Aging. They are having to replace one board member who died at the age of 51, I believe. So it's one of those perennial problems. Fewer and fewer people to engage in volunteer work, but they are carrying on and doing pretty well, I think. The last group I'm on, along with Alderwoman Evans, is the County Planning Commission. I probably should apologize. I made some fairly critical remarks about the process of developing a new county building code and zoning code. And the creator of that code, the consultant they're using, has been very, very far behind in doing that and missed many deadlines. When he finally did show up with the draft of the plan, I was very impressed, actually. He was a very approachable, very knowledgeable person, so I want to be very clear about that, although clearly time problems came up. He presented a very good account. This will continue probably for at least 2 or 3 more meetings. Our next meeting is a week from Thursday from 6 to 9. There are representatives from the city of Burlington who are concerned about impact on their community and their extraterritorial zoning. It is a very wide-ranging discussion, and I have a feeling it'll last probably until the new year, if not past it. We talked about the philosophy of zoning. Why should we ever zone? And interesting enough, talking about the county commissioners, I actually found myself in agreement with a couple of them. We were asking, why are we being so strict about things? Isn't that the point of why you buy land in the country? So you can pretty much do what you want. As long as your house doesn't collapse or you don't kill anybody, who cares? But I think we were outnumbered in that sentiment. So it's a very, very far-ranging, very interesting discussion, and it's going to go on for a long time. And it really will make a major impact on how people can use land and property in the county. So if you have a particular interest in that, if you own land out there, have friends who do, make sure they're in on this and giving their input, because it's going to be very different and much more restrictive if it goes through than in the past. So fun times.
Alderwoman Olson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did attend via Zoom the Service Basin Planning Commission monthly meeting. Since I have been appointed to that committee, we have not met in person. It's all been digital, but that's all right. I do want to say congratulations to Rob St. Michael from Rugby. He won the Margot P. Helgeson Community Spirit Award. And there's a nice video that kind of focuses on the work that Rob does. It's available on the Service Basin Planning Commission website, so check that out. The CTE committee has not met. However, I know that individuals that are working on getting things prepared for that committee are working very diligently. So I want to assure people that work is getting done, and we will be meeting again so that we can start finalizing some more of those plans. In the last, I did attend the liaison committee. I'll kind of leave that up to Alderman Janser to fill us in on any details from the liaison committee, as he is the chair.
Alderwoman Evans.
So Steve talked about Ward County Planning. Library, still open. There are, please, before you go, check the website because they are closed some days in order to totally disinfect and things like that. They have reduced hours, so I don't want people going down and being disappointed. Remember, you can check out a lot of things digitally, so do that. They have become the first city department who has become recognized with Sustainable Minot. So I hope it encourages other city departments to also, Mr. Bowman was here a couple weeks ago at our meeting telling us about that program. So hopefully other city departments will look into ways that they can become more sustainable and join the library in that. And then, well, not in my official capacity, but Mr. Lakefield and I did attend a meeting with the city's service providers for our people experiencing homelessness. And just as COVID has affected many aspects of our community, they are predicting winter will be particularly hard on our homeless populations because of the reduced shelter capacities, because of the COVID restrictions. So they will be coming to City Council in 2 weeks to talk to us about a proposal that they are working on with public and private entities to help sort of shore up funding and making sure that we are doing all we can as public and private entities to take care of our people experiencing homelessness this winter.
Alderman Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Zoning Ordinance and Steering Committee, over the last month, we've completed the chapters on telecommunications facilities ordinance with the assistance of the Minot Air Force Base and the Minot International Airport, the Wellhead Protection Ordinance, Stormwater Ordinance, Flood Protection Ordinance. We have one more chapter to complete, and that's the subdivision ordinance. The committee has decided to rewrite the entire ordinance to provide better clarification safeguards for both the city and land developers. It's going to take a couple months for the committee to complete this, but it will be well worth the wait. We're pushing for a March 2021 adoption date for the new zoning ordinances.
Make sure you pass along our gratitude for all of that work to the committee members. That's not fun. It's not easy, but we appreciate all the work on that.
I certainly will.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Alderman Janser.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Liaison committee, we talked about the voting process, so everybody remember to vote if you haven't already. And a couple other matters that may come up later on. Remember to provide your input for the Broadway corridor study. That's a very important project and will have consequences far into the future. So thank you.
Alderman Pittner.
Thank you, Mayor. First reports will be from the Renaissance Zone. I'm the liaison for that board, and the state of North Dakota has approved the 18-block map amendment application. The blocks that we've added are now officially eligible for property tax abatements. So if you're a property owner in those maps, in those blocks, or a developer looking to purchase property or develop property, that can be a game changer for any kind of project you're looking to do. So if you're in one of those areas or know of someone in one of those areas or interested in one of those areas, look to Brian Billingsley with the city to get you some information. Reach out to the city. Again, it's a game changer for, and I know there's some projects that are taking place utilizing that Renaissance Zone and those tax abatements and allowing them to move forward with their projects. So that's the first one, very exciting. The second one, Visit Minot. Have a board meeting on Wednesday. A lot of good work, a lot of exciting things happening with Visit Minot. And since I have the floor, I need a meeting set up between SHAUN, David, and myself. So look at your guys' schedules. Get in touch with Kelly with losing Tammy with the city to another employment. I had to kind of go through jump through the hoops to try to get a hold of your guys' schedules. So with that, but again, some exciting things and maybe some exciting projects coming forward with Visit Minot. Maybe looking for some input from this board and the Magic Fund. So I think that's all I have. I'll think of something when I leave.
I didn't want to save it to the end, but it's the end. I did want to say thank you to Tammy Strokeland. She did leave her position as the executive assistant here within the office to make a career move, something what I would like to think is a ladder move up. Rather than asking her to come to a public setting late at night, I did present her with the mayor's coin and then a token of my appreciation, our appreciation to council for all of her work. And she was front line for a lot of phone calls that always aren't the most pleasant at times, in dealing with people that come in that always aren't the most pleasant either. So looking forward to her success, but wanted to say thank you to Tammy for her work. Lastly, MADC, and I normally would wait until the mayor's report, but seeing as it literally just came down the tracks last week, I was able to go out and fill my moose tag in time for the first intermodal train to arrive in Minot. This is more than 2 decades in the making to finally get this thing up and running. It sounds tremendous for what AGT Foods, the anchor out at the Egg Industrial Park, has in plans for utilizing this, as well as a lot of other exporters and industry within North Dakota. We talked a lot about NAS tonight. That is going to be a key critical component to filling out that Egg Industrial Park, because we need water for processing. We need volume for processing and manufacturing. A lot of these cogs fit together, and I got to say thank you to a lot of the board members who put in a lot of extra time, unpaid time, to help get the final leg of this done, as well as John McMartin, who is the acting executive director in the midterm, as well as all of the other people that led to this. Like I said, it was 20 years in the making, and we're going to look back in 2 or 3 years and wonder how the heck didn't we get here quicker, because it is a game changer for not only the city, the region, but the state. So with that, I wasn't going to wait for 2 weeks. That is the end of the reports. That just takes us to one final item.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion by Alderman Pittman to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Alderwoman Olson. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. We're adjourned.